Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all having a good day. Over here it is once again silly nice weather because it keeps on doing that. It's been raining so little. So, yeah, it'll be interesting if things change around in summer, but it has been a very, very dry spring. But at least the temperatures yesterday indoors, um, they didn't go too bad. And yeah, so like it went somewhere to the range of like 25 degrees point something indoors. So yeah, not ideal, but still definitely an improvement because outdoors it's been in the 20s for well a bunch of days. And yeah, this place doesn't seem to be heating up quite as much. So very happy about that. But yeah, I do hope there's going to be more rain eventually because the plants are going to need it. Especially the plants over here are kind of dependent on a lot of water because this country tends to get a lot of rain, but not this year. So that's weird. Like some grass patches are starting to look dry already. Uh, and it's only the middle of May. So we'll see how that's gonna go. It's just a bit like unnerving. But yeah, that's that. Anyhow, hope you're all doing well. So as some of you might know, thank you for the 45-month sub. How are you doing today? Guessing you have the day off. Anyway, hope you're doing well. But yes, so last week, Wednesday, I finished Ultima 7 Part 2, so Serpent Isle, after many, many, many streams. I believe that was stream number 25 last week. So I did actually manage to finish it, even if I had to backtrack a bit. But yeah, that was like half a year worth of playing that game, and Ultima 7 Part 1 was also around half a year. So it has been a while since I started an Ultima game with a different number attached to it, because the previous two were both Ultima 7, just Part 1 and Part 2. So yeah, it feels weird to finally not be playing Ultima 7 at all anymore. But yeah, this one's called Pagan, I believe. So Ultima 8 Pagan. And at least based on the GOG background in my game library, it looks like it's going to be very Guardian focused again. So the villain from the past two games, the main villain, Batlin, was kind of also a villain, but he died in the previous game. So the Guardian, being the main villain behind everything, seems to once again be the main villain in this one. Which also makes me wonder if the Guardian is still going to be around for Ultima 9 as well. If the Guardian is just going to be for the rest of the Ultima franchise, just always the Guardian. I don't know. But yeah, it seems like this one's going to be way more focused on that aspect. And there also seems to be more like fire and lava type imagery. But it might just be that the screenshots are just like leaning more to one side, but that doesn't mean it's like a complete picture of the entire game. So we shall see. But yeah, so at the end of the previous game, I don't think all the people who had died, who were killed by the Banes, so the Banes inhabited the bodies of Yolo, Dupre, and Chimino. And those were the Banes, so like basically the demons of chaos. So they possessed those three, and those three then went around killing pretty much everyone who lives in Serpent Isle. So like, I'd say 90% of the population-ish, because they did leave Monk Isle, and they did leave like a couple of individuals alive. So, yeah. Regardless, they decimated the entire population. And it seems like that didn't get undone, maybe? Because at the end of the game, I just got the Serpent of Chaos to be put back together. So there was the Serpent of Order, the Serpent of Chaos, and I think the Earth Serpent, who's kind of the Serpent of Balance. And the Chaos Serpent was the one that had been killed, so I needed to get that one back to get the world back into balance, basically. Long story short, I think everyone's still dead. And I don't know what happened to Britannia. And at the end of the game, my character, so the Avatar, is just kind of floating in the void. And that's right after getting the Earth, or not the Earth Serpent, the Chaos Serpent back. Which also happens in the void. And then the Guardian comes in and kidnaps the Avatar from the void. So I don't know when or where this game is going to start. In terms of, like, the storyline. I don't know if, like the previous games, there's going to be a big time jump between what happened in Ultima 7 and what happens in Ultima 8. Because with the other games, it feels like there's usually like 100-ish years in between. But with this one, it kind of starts right at the end of Ultima 7. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure what to expect. But let's just start. And yeah, we'll just find out as we go. Okay. So the game always asks me what language I want to play in for some reason, right at the start of the game. But, wrong game capture. Please hold for a second. Because this game has a different aspect ratio. There, that should fix that. And let's try that again. Well, I'm also using DOSBox, so it's kind of still running in DOS, but... well... is it really now? So, let's see. This game is only a year after the previous one, that this one was released. I don't know how long development takes for any of these games, really. A Lord British production. Why is desktop audio not working?
Far too long, Avatar.
There we go. Okay. Need to restart the game again. Because we missed some of the voice acting there. Because for whatever reason, Windows settings changed stuff around again. Thanks, Windows. Third tries the charm, right? So. It is voice acting. So. Yes, Origin. Good old EA. And Lord British. So.
You have been a thorn in my side for far too long, Avatar. Your two worlds will be crushed. Britannia first, then Earth. I shall parade you before their conquered peoples as the fallen idol of a pathetic ideal. I banish you to the world of Pagan. No one here knows of the Avatar.
Okay. So, completely different world. And then the music suddenly faded out. So, my name, that would be Spidey. Ah. Graphics feel very different. Hello there. The two options are, who are you, and goodbye. My mouse sensitivity also feels off. Don't know why. Who are you? I am Devon, my strange friend. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Spidey. Oh boy, the text speed is gonna be a thing. So... yeah, it seems you can't really choose much about the character in this one. In the previous one I got to pick, the portrait even, so... I can't remember how many options it gave me, but I think a couple of them. Wait. Sorry, thought you were still speaking to me. So, how do you know my name? I'm sorry, didn't mean to pry, but when I found you, I didn't know who you were. I'm afraid I read through your logbook and discovered your name. As you do. Please forgive me. Yes. He said that one really slowly. Where am I? Oh, wait, on the shore, my friend. Safe now. And thankfully alive. Why is the text speed so odd? I'm not sure if there's a way to change that. Because the text speed, like... for some of it, the text speed is really slow, but other times I can barely read any of it. Anyway. So... like, as in the only reason I can manage to read the rest of it. See you're otherwise occupied. Shall not waste any more of your time. Farewell. I was busy speaking. But yes, for some of it, I need to look at the playback of my actual stream to read the text. So I'd be missing some of this. Hello, Devon. Good day. So, what should I do? Suppose now that you're better, you should consider visiting a town. There's nothing... here there's nothing unless you wish to join me in fishing. But in that town... Tenedre, I think is the name of that town. Yeah, I could try and lower the CPU cycles, but then some of the text is gonna be really slow, like this one, for no reason. It just feels like the timings are way off for some reason. Like... there is a speed option? Okay. There's a wealth of activities and information for a soul such as yourself. Why, I know just the person there who can help you when you get to town. Town. Can I skip? No, can't skip to the next line. When you get to town. Huh? Visit Bentig in the library in the east of Tenebrae. The good sage knows practically all there is to know about our land and its people. Yes, he can certainly help you. Yeah, it feels like it's just inconsistently reading it off of a disc. But I got it on GOG, so... can't blame a floppy disk drive for this. Okay, now the only option is goodbye. Farewell, Spidey. And good luck. You're welcome to stay with me for as long as you need. My food and provisions are yours until you wish to head to the city. Dang it, I skipped through the second part. I can already see a crowd gathering. That can only mean trouble. Okay, so options. Text speed. Let's go with 3? Okay. Music, yes. Sound effects, yes. Avatar steps? Yes. Animations, yes. Text speed 3. Frame skipping. Not sure what frame skipping and speed limiting would do. I guess write diary and read diary, those are save and load. Yeah. Okay. Looks like it. Then how do I close the book again? Just escape. Guess that works. So... escape again? Alright. Really? Nice. Ah! Pro tip, don't stand under fire. So. Seems... I don't know what that button is. Can't deactivate it. So. Guess I might have to check the menu. Huh? There's the backpack. I recognize that at least. How do I close it? I feel like the previous one had very clear close buttons. But like, how do I close this menu? Okay, I just double click it. So double click this to close it? Okay. So double click to close on this game. Okay. Sure. I feel like I should maybe check the manual. Because... oh, I can... okay, so I can at least walk around while this window's open. It looked like my character made a very weird, tiny hop. Yeah, that. Don't know how I made that happen. Oh, just what is that walking animation? Looks like this one's gonna be quite different. It kind of reminds me of, like, it might be weird to compare it to that, but like, Path of Exile, the very start of the game, it feels more like that than Ultima at the moment. So, yeah. Did I disable avatar steps? Thought I didn't. Oh, yeah, true. Apparently I did. So I guess I misclicked. So, does that mean... oh, wow. We'll be hearing a lot of that. It depends on the surface you're walking on. Nice. Okay, so I was curious if the game pauses when I'm in the inventory. because in the previous one it did. Not this one. Okay. So I guess the only way to pause really is just to go into the menu. I stepped in the fire again. Oh. So, hit points is down to 27. 28 now. Okay. I'm not sure what we're doing yet. So, I think I'll have to go and consult the manual, because this game is different. So, we've got the Chronicle, the clue book, the manual, the map, reference card. So, I think the Chronicle is basically the lore type book. And I'll just check the basic manual stuff for now. So, interactions with people and items, left click on text to continue, and left click on the phrase. Okay. So, I need to left click on the text, not just left click in general to skip to the next text. So, I guess in that case I might even lower the text speed to the minimum. And then just go with that. Because... Can I set it to 0? So presumably at that point... Whenever I talk... I have to click on the text to continue it all. But seems good to me. I just need to not double click. So, hello Devon, good day. So, that really seems much better. So, since I didn't catch the last part of the response here, consider visiting Tenebrae. There's a wealth of activities and information for souls such as yourself. No, just the person. Visit Bentig in the library in the east of town. A good sage knows practically all there is to know about our land. Oh, the good sage. About our land and its people. Can certainly help you. And goodbye. Farewell. Good luck. Fine. I'm not sure if space would also work. No? No. So it really is just clicking on the text by the looks of it. Yeah, I have not played this. I'm just starting it today. What happens if I walk into the water? I drown. The avatar can't swim. Here lies the avatar. Rest in peace. More like here floats the avatar. Or here sank the avatar. So... back to the century. Huh? The game's just restarting. Weird. I thought I did, but apparently I didn't save properly. So... still Spidey. Maybe this time I can have the entire conversation without some of it getting lost. So, who are you? Devon. Glad to see you're feeling better. Where am I? On the shore, my friend. Safe now. Once again, skipping through some of the dialogue. Why is it doing that? So, does speed 0 mean it goes as fast as possible? What happened to me? Unsure, my friend. All I know is that I found your waterlogged body in the depths of the Lurker's domain. What happened before remains a mystery. I pulled my nets, and within one, I discovered you. The Lurker's domain? Aye, it's what we sometimes call the sea. You're drowning in it, my friend. A fate twice bad? What? But yeah, the game, or the text speed, doesn't seem to be changing that much. Unless it reset the settings, which it might have. Twice bad? Not only would it have meant death for you, but then you would have been doomed to walk the ocean floor, unable to fulfill the pact with Lithos. The what? What pact? Ages ago, our people forged a covenant with Lithos. If it would still be shaking earth, we would commend to him our dead. Also, it makes it really difficult to take notes if the game keeps skipping through the dialogue that quickly. So I kind of hope it reset the game speed. The text speed, I mean. Because this feels pretty much the same as it did before. Who's Lithos? We call him the Mountain King. He rules the grass, the stones, the hills, all that we walk upon. He also rules death. What's the Lurker? That is our name for Hydros, Titan of Water. She's a crafty and treacherous one, always ready to pull unwilling victims to their deaths at the depths of the sea, much like what nearly happened to you. So, rules of death? Through his necromancers, Lithos takes the dead to serve him for the remainder of their existence. Great! What necromancers? I'm amazed at how little you know, friend. The necromancers are the keepers of the cemetery. They have the rather distasteful duty of burying the dead, thus honouring the pact and sending the dead to Lithos. Farewell. Good luck. You're welcome to stay with me for as long as you need. Food and provisions are yours until you wish to head to the city. Be careful. Fear you'll encounter much violence. There. You can already see crowd gathering on the docks. Can only mean trouble. There. Now I make sure to save properly. There we go. Now it's saved. So, okay, text speed did reset. I was kind of hoping that happened. Wait, why are all of these? It just works. Now speed limiting is on? Huh? Okay. There. So hopefully now it won't skip through the dialogue anymore. So, I'll just not touch anything. Fine, it still skips at the end of whatever the person says. Hello, Devon. Good day. Yep. So, if there's like a paragraph of stuff and I want to take notes, oh boy, I should take notes quickly, or I just have to take them from memory after the conversation. So, what should I do? Right, so go to the city and talk to the sage and library, east. Okay, goodbye. There. Yeah, I could try and do that, or, yeah, go back in the VOD. I'm just saying it's not ideal compared to the previous games. Unless, did the speed reset again? Did it go from saying 1 to 0? Don't know. Maybe it was a graphical glitch. Maybe it was just my eyes glitching. Okay. So... spiders. Of course. Don't really have any weapons yet. But at least the enemies are quite slow for now. Those are fish. Yeah, they look very real. Oh boy. Fast goes way too fast. So the speed limiting, does that mean limiting the speed that I can accidentally run into the water at? Yes. Okay. I prefer that. Because otherwise my character is going to drown a lot. So. I don't think I can climb up there. Yeah, I just need to learn how to handle the game. Torrin, you've been accused of blasphemy against Our Lady Morde and sentenced to death by beheading. Do you have any final words? So... is that like an actual person or like a mythical entity? I shall die as I've lived with honor. When I face Lithos, he will not find me wanting. Man with honor would not have insulted his lady with seditious rumors, knave. Or, not have? Knave? I fear that Lithos will not find you at all, for your grave shall be a watery one. The lurker is not kind to the ones she acquires. The water is very bubbly. This is forbidden, lady. The ritual of interment is sacred. Do not question my decisions, Tarna. I'm sure Lithos would not want this one's worthless spirit in his domain. No! Back, woman. Perform your task, executioner. Well, chop chop. No, my husband. And there goes the giant sea creature. Well. Stand aside, let Lady Morde pass. I feel like the executioner is not dressed for the job, but maybe that's just me. Halt. I've never seen you before, stranger. Identify yourself and your business in Tenebrae. What just happened here? The execution is none of your business. Just be glad that a treasonous, despicable criminal has been properly punished. I'm so happy about it. Yeah. Now answer the question. Was about to say, I kind of just ignored the question. I'm Spidey. Well met, Spidey. Where do you come from? Yeah, so that's gonna be a bit of a long story. I'm from a place far away. Another island. I admit your clothing is unusual, but I was not aware there were other cities. Well, I suggest you quickly learn the laws and customs of this island, city, whatever it is. I'm very hesitant to click the text away, because if I do it at the wrong time, then I'll just, like, click away the next thing the character says. And I don't want to risk it. Maybe I'll find a better text speed setting of this city. What's your business in the city? I'm just here now. Like, finding a place to buy food? Maybe sleep? I don't know, kind of want to return home, want to leave this place, want to make money. I'll go with I want to return home. Then what in the lady's name are you doing wandering around here? I suggest you quickly find your way. May go about your business, please move along, and don't disturb the widow until after I've escorted her from the docks. Yeah, I'm sure she's very thrilled about getting escorted back. So, I'll save. Okay. And can I turn the page? Yes, I can. Okay. So I do have 12 save slots, not just 6. That's good at least. And I'll mess with the text speed again. So if I go to 9, is that going to be noticeably different? Told you to move along. Oh yeah, that's way faster. Okay. Text speed 0 it is. Okay. Fine, so clicking all the way over here still activates and deactivates frame skipping. Pretty weird. So... my husband, oh my husband, what shall I do? What shall become of me? Oh no, 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 no. Well. Good talk. Good luck with that. I'll just be going over here. Yes, this is the GOG version. Don't know why it's doing this stuff. Not stranger. Have you seen... I've seen many strange things in my time, but I've never seen the likes of you. Nice to meet you too. What's your name, stranger? I'm Spidey. Alright, Spidey. Now I know you. Now get lost. I don't need Lady Morday catching me chatting with some pauper. She's not in the right good mood today. So, what is this city? What do you mean, what is this city? You have a brain fever, lad. It's only the largest pile of bricks in the known world. What kind of brain is? Don't you go forgetting it. Yeah. Okay. So, the game doesn't exactly, like, have a log or anything like that. So I really still need to remember all of this stuff and try and take notes. But yeah, the dialogue speed is going to make that more difficult for me. I do like the giant mushrooms though. They look delicious. What's that creature and why is it following me? I think it might be a rat. Skeleton? still don't have any weapons or anything like that. So...
Yes, Avatar, seek a way home.
yeah, I'm trying. Pretty. Very pretty. I like the wall texture. So... still need to figure out the controls too. So... how am I going to get weapons and armor, food? Because that's going to be pretty important. That looks like a palace. I'll just stay away from there. Because, I mean, I've seen what happens when you say one wrong thing. Apparently you get beheaded right at the docks. Okay, found a chest. Oh, close the door. Really? There we go. So. I don't know how stealing works in this game yet. Like if...
You should hear the pleas for help, Avatar.
Did the game just tell me off for saving too much? Well, that exploded. Bag. Helmet. Dagger. I'll just be taking that. But I took a lot of damage just opening this thing. There. So now I've actually got my health bar down there. So, bag. Fine, it just goes in the backpack. Helmet. Beautiful. Don't know why my character looks so derpy now, but I'll take it. And we've got the potions. Don't know which potion's which yet, so I'm not gonna use any of them. Because if I remember right, the different colors of potions mean different things in the different Ultima games. So, yeah, not gonna bet on that. So, nothing in the barrels apparently. Is the door locked? No. I just wasn't standing close enough to it. It seems quite tricky with standing at just the right distance to interact with things. Okay, I see scrolls. Those will just magically end up in my backpack. Destruction scroll of traps in chests enchanted by Vargas. Caster, the scroll will destroy traps within all nearby chests. Beware. Do so at your own risk. Oh no. Did I just cast it? No traps detected. Did I just use up the scroll? No. Okay. Trap detection. Trap detection. I still don't trust it. I feel like I just used up that scroll partially. And I don't like that. I don't like the idea of that. Wrong save. This one. Maybe this time those chests won't explode. Or I guess I can get the scroll and then use it before I open the chest. That would be more strategic. Come on. Walk around. There you go. But yeah, this game definitely feels a lot jankier than the other Ultima games. There's just a certain level of underlying jank that I didn't expect. There. Read the book. Guard log. Bloodwatch. Nothing to report. First ebb flagged some peasants. Daytide broke up a fight, probably broke the sod's nose. 3 moons, nothing to report. Last... I think that's a B. So, last ebb. Helped peasant remember where he did his taxes. Haha. And... Eventide, guard changed. Okay. Yeah, armor. Can I take that? I'm sure nobody cares if I steal that, right? Okay. So now... I use this. I use this. Okay. Did I take damage? I kind of did. Well. I tried. Okay, and that actually used up the scroll. Okay then. There. Just take those items. Make sure not to use the second scroll, because... No, that's trap detection. Fine, I shouldn't have used either one. Because I think it's trap destruction and trap detection. And that means that maybe I'll be able to transcribe them later. There. Was I standing far enough away this time? Oh no, I was not. Shh. Okay then. But somehow I survived. But yeah, it seems there are 2 different scrolls, so I should probably keep them in case I can start a spell book. Or something like that. Okay. I know I'm redoing the same part over and over again, but like, I'm trying to get it right. Come on, armor. Armor. Fine, not stunning close enough yet. There. Wear the armor. And then pick up these. Wait. Coins! I have money. Yeah, destruction and detection. So, shouldn't use either one, because that means they're just going to be single use if I actually use them. So, I'll just overwrite that save.
Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
It's done close enough. That one's locked. But I do see a key right here. items. Clothes. Okay. And here we've got some cheese. Obviously need to take that. No. Cheese. No. There we go. And is there any stuff in the chest that I can actually use? I think they're just going in the backpack. Flask of oil. But yeah, I don't think I need those. But maybe the oil. That could be useful. Alright. I guess I'll leave the key here. So, we've got shackles on the walls. Cozy. And in here we've got random bottles. And I'll just stand right next to the barrel. Okay, so there is stuff in the barrels. So presumably I can take all of that food. Cooked fish. More food. Bread. These potatoes. Tubers, so yeah. Potatoes and cheese. I'm gonna have a feast. Yeah, the book upstairs, that was a logbook. What's this? Right here. Tankard. Okay. But now that I know that barrels still store food. Wait, what? Pretty sure it was here before. How did it end up on the floor? So, slowly starting to figure stuff out. Close that door. Sway my mother's grave that I had no part in that. Really? Thought you said your mother was sick. Well... She is sick. Very sick. She'll be dead soon. Tell me what I need to know. I grow tired of your lies. Please, I beg mercy in the name of the Tempest. You know, Murdo never shows mercy. She may feed you to the lurker rather than put you in the dungeon. Please, I beg of you, have mercy on me. Alright, one more time. Yeah, I know I can click on it, but it goes by so fast that I almost miss it then. Where were you last night? Really, I was at home with my poor sick mother. Why have you not paid your taxes? Please, sir, I have no more money. I should throw you in the dungeon. But who will feed my children? I'm just stumbling over my words today. I know that you are in on it. Confess, and I shall not torture you. I beg of you, sir. Please let me go. Right, I shall torture you then. So in my mother's grave, I had no part in that. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it just keeps on going. And if the text advances by itself, and then I click like a millisecond after that, that means I skip the next line. So with the skipping dialogue, it can get quite risky. So, yeah. Because it's been quite inconsistent with how long text stays on the screen. Don't know why that is. But yeah, it's just a thing. I think this is outside the town. But I do have some supplies now, at least. I have armor, I have a dagger. That lady's gone. Off to be tortured, I guess. So... anything I might have missed? Weirdly shaped wall. I guess that might be for stability. Okay, so it seems most of the town might be this way. I'm playing the GOG version, so I don't know if that one's patched or not. I mean, it could be that they missed some patches. I don't know how to jump yet, so... I guess I should probably continue reading the very basic manual part, so... using objects and containers... yeah, like how to move stuff into a container. I'm pretty sure I'll figure that out. Double left click on the display of the basket to close it. Okay. So, movement. Without pressing either button, move the cursor around the screen. Jumping. You can jump nearly half your height to climb taller objects. You can't climb some things, such as most vegetation, sharp objects, and the highest mountain ledges. When the arrow is short, try clicking both buttons simultaneously. With a medium arrow, try clicking both buttons. Okay. So, just clicking both buttons. Alright. So... jumping doesn't seem to work as planned. Yeah, maybe it's just because I'm indoors. So... oh, that was further than I expected. Looks like I'm gonna be able to compete in the Olympics with that jumping skill. Okay, so that's the patched version. Alright. Just not sure if there's patches for the text speed, because it still feels a bit... well... The text speed feels inconsiderate for a game franchise where you need to take a lot of notes. So. Looks like there's some equipment over in that room. Maybe you can borrow some of that. Ah, there's a guard in here. Ah, the door's locked. Dang it. So much for that plan. Okay. Got a dartboard. I play darts. Looks like I'm pretty bad at this. Not sure where it ended up. I'll just stop with that. The Big Book of Adventure by Sladek. Recorded on these pages are tips I've found while on my adventures. Read well, fellow quester, for your life may well be saved by recalling these in your time of need. Puzzles. You'll be in luck if such puzzles are played with levers. These are usually not harmful and require little time if you watch your surroundings for clues. Center levers usually reset the puzzle. Okay. I'll just be taking pictures as I go through this book. Traps. If there's a chest sitting innocently in the open, don't touch it, especially if it has many corpses around it. I mean, I guess that should be a clue. These are the other dolts who fell for it. Yeah, I guess so. Or alternatively, maybe they all, like, fought over who gets to open the box, and that's why they're all dead. Chests of loot. Rarely do chests have anything in them. Open them at your risk. Rarely do they have anything in them. Huh? As in, most chests are empty? People just have chests as, like, decorative items? But rarely do chests have anything in them. Open them at your own risk. It will serve you well to carry a magic scroll to check for traps within these. Tricks of the Trickster. Judge them by their cover, for they read differently than other books. Okay. So, like in the previous game, at least towards the end-ish, there was that one castle where the Banes were hiding, and some of the books were exploding when I tried to read them. It's like, I guess like that. So, yeah. Mazes. Always mark your path. Use rocks or wood. Never use breadcrumbs. Beware of treasure. It's there to lead you from the path. Spell chits. Always read the text on the outside of these scrolls to identify them. Once you have opened them, their magic will immediately be released upon reading. Yeah. I got that. So, just gonna make sure I've got a picture of the last page. There. So, what do we have here? And are these going to be written in... Yeah, so they're not in the runes. Palace Barracks. Would have been weird if those were written in runic language. Okay, found the cellars. What does this say? Authorized personnel only. We've got bags of flour. There was a barrel too. Got some fish in there. How am I doing on carry weight? I think that means I'm carrying 26 weight units. Yeah, now 25. And I don't know what the maximum amount I can carry is. But maybe I can find it out via fish. Okay, apparently 29 still works. I'll just look in these chests, because... Okay, got some bread in that one. Oh, barrels, not chests. And glaze and cheese. And cooked fish. It seems to be very fishing centric, this place. That looks like a staircase? Yeah, it is. The staircase looks huge at the top. But at the bottom it looks like a ladder. That's not really how staircases work. Wait. That just doesn't feel accurate to the size of that room. Whatever. So... Can't read the papers. Painting. Can't look at it. I think there was another desk somewhere down here. Can't walk around with the arrow keys or... well, any keys really. I thought there was another desk somewhere. Don't know. Might be wrong. Come on. Door. No, door. This game is definitely a learning experience. What is that? Why is it floating and glowing, and why did I accidentally step on it? Because it might be a portal or something. Should try and avoid that thing. Final Sunlight by Melandre the Blind Idiot. What a great name. The final moments of sunlight were glorious moments. Ones we would have cherished had we known there were they were to be our last. The war against our very kindred seemed never-ending, day after day of bloodshed. In their eyes burned the hatred of intolerance, and these flames kindled the fire of violence. After a while, it became easy to forget the faces of those you had slain. A sister with one chop, an uncle with another. Oh, as in one chop of, like, a weapon. It still became outraged that we dared to listen to the voice of warning. By the time the destroyer came, we were ready. Okay, so I can't go back and forth in books. I was just checking if that was a thing. So, by the time the destroyer came, we were ready. Not for the destroyer, but for an end to the fighting. Too many had not heeded. So we thought. So many refused to acknowledge the might of the Titans. We were doomed to devastation. But with the doom came the sickening thought of peace and silence. In the end, we wondered, would Pagan and Zelen know one from the other as lifeless corpses filling the pyres, the result of the destroyer's carnage. Then came the Titans. First rose Lithos, the Mountain King. Then came Stratos, the Mystic Voice, and her sister Hydros, the Lurker. Finally, the blazing image of Pyros, Lord of Flame, appeared to challenge the destroyer on the ground. Both Pagan and Zelen alike ceased battle, awed by the presence of these titanic elements. The sky became a whirlwind of smoke and dust and hail as the Titans joined forces and began to rise up. As the battle was fought above, the very land upon which we stood, we rendered piece from piece. Mountains shifted, rose, and spewed fiery death. Wind ripped through the buildings, and torrents of water cascaded over the walls of the city. The very enemies who stood against each other, bared fangs and flashing eyes, were unable to face off, blinded by the smoke, tumbled by the quakes, scorched by the searing flames. There was naught but chaos. When the fight ended and the destroyer vanquished, there was naught but ruin. The quakes ceased, the wind slowed, the waters calmed, the smoke cleared. Pagan again saw Pagan. Despite the recent tumult, the moment was one of serenity. But the sun was no more. There is no knowledge of where the light of the sky has gone. There's no true night, there's no true day. The Titans, demanding ever-increasing sacrifices in payment for their deed, offer no answers. What? So I guess no more day-night cycle for me to worry about. But, that's interesting. Just making sure I take pictures of all the pages so I can easily refer back to this later. So. I guess this place doesn't do day-night cycles at all. Potions in this one. A desk with a flask and a book. My dearest Previn, I regret to tell you I'll not be home from this visit as soon as I'd thought. My healing services will be needed here for some time as a terrible thing has happened to this small village. 2 nights ago, as I just finished my evening rituals, I heard a horrible commotion from the town square. Ran out to see what the trouble was, only to find the town overrun by trolls. The trolls had come in search of their favourite meal, human children. From house to house they went, ripping doors off and brushing aside the men as if they were no more than flies. Mothers wailed as babes were torn from their breasts, and fathers cried in anguish as one by one their children were eaten alive. Bloody procession went on, and I fear the screams and sobs will ring in my darkest dreams forever. Then a miracle occurred. From the final house came not a cry of torment, but one of victory. We raced down the street to the house, found the inside strewn with the bodies of the trolls. And there in the middle stood Nedra, a young woman who had just given birth a few days before. She had her newborn clutched in one arm, and in the other was a magnificent silver sword. She told us that as the trolls burst in, she had grabbed the only weapon she had, a knitting needle, and had cried out to Stratos to protect her child. Instantly, in answer to her plea, the great Stratos turned the needle into a magnificent sword. She said the sword fairly danced in her hand, slaying the trolls left and right until none were left alive. While I could find some solace in the miracle of Stratos' performance? Performic? Oh, the miracle Stratos performed. Part of the last letter is cut off, so yeah. Anyway. I'm afraid the task ahead of me is almost overwhelming. I do what I can to ease the hurts, but wounds of the mind, Stratos gives no power to heal. I'll stay until I've done all I can. Then I will carry the sword, now called Protector, to Argent Rock Isle. There I'll prepare a small shrine in the catacombs beneath the monastery. I miss you, my love, and ask that you watch over our dear little Stellos until I can return. Said his mother must be away from him so soon after his birth, but I must serve where I'm needed. I'm sure you understand. My love, Varus. Okay. Oh, that was a story, wasn't it? Also, people writing entire books instead of letters. So, haven't picked up the potions yet, I think. There. Yeah, they're interesting. I'm still getting used to the new font, but there seems to be a lot of stuff going on in this place. Curse these tight boots. Guardsman, how may be of assistance? Who are you? Guardsman in the service of her ladyship. What's your duty? Why are you asking so many questions? Did Murday send you to test me? It'd best be about my duties. Like, Oh, this is a different guard's log. Guard changed. Help take children on a tour of the dungeon. Ate donuts. They were stale. Arrested a peasant. Resisted arrest. Had to use force. Then nothing to report. And caught kids throwing rocks. None of them were damaged too terrible. The rocks, the kids, or the things that the kids were throwing rocks at. I have questions. Guards really don't take very good logs. Barrels full of baskets. And a barrel full of baskets and one fish. Is that gold? Oh, no, it's a quill. It's just kind of laying down. A very floppy feather quill. Nothing to report, nothing. More of the same, take a guess. Yeah, I mean, with some of the Ultima games, I can see how that could happen. Because, it might expect you to do things in a certain order, but that doesn't mean you necessarily do them in that order, and also doesn't necessarily mean that you can't complete the game at all. Coins? I'll take those. Are those candles here? Yep. I might want those too. So this inventory system is gonna be a fun one. There. Candles. Guess I'll try and put the food in the bag. I mean, who doesn't keep food in their wallet? There. Bread. Cheese. I think that's all the food. Ah, haven't equipped the dagger. Stay out of trouble. Seems this guard didn't write a proper logbook. Very important to keep snacks in your wallet. Is that a door behind that guard? Also not sure how combat works yet. Because that might be a struggle. Bunch of mushrooms and smaller mushrooms. This game makes me want to cook like a mushroom-based dish. So many mushrooms everywhere. Yeah, food doesn't seem to be a problem in this one. My character hasn't complained about lack of food yet. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but... it does seem like food is less of an issue. Because I'm finding a lot of it. But we'll see how it actually goes once I venture out of the city. Because, yeah. Things could go either way. What's that? Yeah, that's a different place. Is this door open? No, locked. Don't think they have another door that I could enter through. So this would be outside of the city, I think. Oh, no. No, it's not. Just a different part. Let's go meet the locals. If I can manage to go through the door. Come on. No. Just there. That shouldn't have been a struggle, but it was. This place is quite the mess. Dancing Ruby, what? Oh, that sounds very nice. Seems like something that might come in useful. Those mushrooms too. Wow. This place really is just taken over by mushrooms. Like this house is... well, what's left of it seems to be mushroom food. Well, I think it was a bit more than 1 pixel. Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels in height and width. So, it's practically enormous from a pixel hunting perspective. Staircase going down. Navigation is... oh, no, no, don't fall. What? that's not where I clicked. Looks like that's a staircase, but how do I go downstairs? There. So... got a pile of stuff. Nothing that seems too useful. Oh no. That's great. Guess I'm in here now. Well, save. I don't know if I can make it out of this place. Did not intend to get stuck in here.
Feel my wrath.
How do I fight? Not like that. C for combat? Ah. Well, I'm dead. That didn't last long. Okay, so it is C for combat again. Trying to... It didn't say quit. I want to load. There we go.
Feel my wrath.
Stop more! Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Ouch. Dead. Yeah. So, dagger is not good enough. Figured. But now I know for sure. Is that a lever over there? It is. So I think that might open that door. Did he find me already? No. Okay. Hoping I can sneak. That wasn't sneaking. Keep it. There. Get out of there. Nope. Nope. I'm stuck in here. Dang it. He's not reaching me though. No, no, he is. No, dead. But now I know what I'm doing. Kind of. You see me? I think so. No? Fine. I thought that growl meant it was attacking soon. Lever? No. Lever? Run? 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 There. it. Everything's fine. So, is there anything I want down here? Probably not. There. Just making sure I don't have to redo that part. If I had a ranged weapon...
Feel my wrath.
But I can still run away and wait for a bit to heal, and then attack again. Seems I can't be in combat mode while going through a door. My one weakness. Ow! Nope, dead. He's trying to flee. Didn't work out. Back here. Let's try this again. Just trying to figure out the logistics of this. Probably not doing enough damage with the dagger. Combat? There. Needing to get out of combat mode so I don't have, like, one leg still in the combat arena. But it seems health recovers a lot faster in this game than in Ultima 7. I mean, it still takes a while, but maybe it's just because the game doesn't pause. So now I can do inventory management while waiting. Which can be a good thing and a bad thing. But yeah, still nothing about hunger. So, interesting. Not sure if there's anything I want to get from there. There might not be. But I technically got some combat experience. So, what's through here? Is that a corpse? Yeah, dead peasant. Do you have loot? Is looting bodies not a thing anymore? No more inventories? Just not responding. Eye of the Boulder. The runes of the myth. Drainer. My love, my life, my doom. I began my search for the eye shortly after my 19th year, while still in training with the necromancers. Had I known at that young age what would befall me upon the completion of my undertaking, I would have spent my days differently, seeking companionship over mystic power, warm love rather than cold stone, but my desire for the eye was all-consuming. Or the Eye of the Boulder, whatever that is. It's said to have been found at the heart of an otherworldly chunk of rock, perhaps part of some ancient tool or weapon that fell from the sky during a time when godlike beings fought for dominance of this world and the worlds beyond. The eye was later sundered into half a dozen finely chiseled runestones, referred to in some texts as the Drainer of Myths. What? Okay. Subsequent details concerning the runestones and their uses became the events of legend, as tempests and heroes fought for possession of the pieces of the eye. Took many years. Though it took many years, it was I who finally managed to collect all the pieces. With each part of the eye that I added to my collection, my power grew, enabling me to recover successive pieces with greater ease. Obsessively, I laid the groundwork during those years of searching, preparing for the time when I could finally reintegrate the 6 disc-like pieces of the eye. On the day of completion, once I'd enacted the last of the rituals, my primary apprentice and I fitted the eye directly into the freshly carved socket at the base of my skull. What? The base of the skull? So like, back of the head? Linking the Mystic Stone's energies with those of my own nervous system. Only then did I learn that the eye's sorcerous operations were antithetical to my own. Immediately, its dire effects became apparent. My memory and my other mental faculties grew weaker. The images I beheld lost resolution, and the sounds around me began to seem like bland reproductions. I left my hidden tower, staggering forward at a grueling pace, one step at a time. Since then, the events of my days have seemed the tired tellings of a poor storyteller, and all I've wanted is release. I'm ashamed to have wasted so much time and so many of my resources upon such a disappointing thing. I sought nothing less than the ultimate. Instead, I received only a pale reflection, a hint of what could have been. Okay. Well, that's quite the story. Just gonna make sure I can add all of this to my notes if I want to. There. Is that a book as well? Devenoming the kith. Removing the venom sacs from a kith should only be done to an animal between the ages of 4 to 6 days. Sedate the kith by allowing it to inhale the vapors of boiling callus leaves and mushroom spores. Don't breathe in the vapors, or intense headaches and dizziness will occur. Once the animal is sedated, roll it over onto its back. Locate the bony plate at the base of the mandible. Insert a wedge or pick into the seam at the base of this plate. Press firmly until the plate begins to slide. It will still be attached to the abdomen by several fibrous bands. Lay the plate back over the abdomen. Locate a plate membrane near the base of the mandible. Make an incision diagonally across the membrane and wedge it open. Inside, there's a purple muscle. Slide this muscle towards the kith's head, and underneath is a green or yellow gland with 2 tubes leading into the throat. Wrap the gland in a heavy cloth, clamp off the larger of the tubes as close to the gland as possible. Cut the tube just behind the clamp. Firmly squeeze the gland until any venom has been forced down into the remaining tube. Cut the second tube and lift out the empty gland. Now stitch together the ends of the tubes. Fill the cavity with the boiled callus leaves. Slide the muscle back in place. Stitch the membrane closed. Repeat the process at the base of the second mandible. When the glands have been removed, lay the plate back over the exposed area. Bind to the kith's body with cord or bandages until it reattaches. Some kith have no venom sac on the right side of the head. If the gland is not visible after opening the cavity, it may be one of these animals. But search the area thoroughly before closing the cavity. Okay. Yeah, it feels like there will be a test later. Kind of feels like those mini games where you have to disarm a bomb. It kind of feels like the instructions for those types of games. Or those types of puzzles. So, we'll see. I might have to do all of that later on at some point. Another dagger. I'm gonna use 2 daggers. No, the second one goes in the backpack. Can't go double stabby. Why isn't my health improving that much? So it's at 17 now. If I eat something, will that help? I guess that's another thing I can check in the manual. So, climbing, combat, already figured out combat. Strength, intelligence, hit points. Measure how much damage you can withstand. Your maximum hit points are twice your strength. When your hit points drop to 0, you die. Unlike previous Ultima games, you don't get magically resurrected in Pagan. You must load previously saved. You must load a previously saved game. Hit points restore themselves over time, and for faster recuperation, you can see a healer. Eating periodically helps your recuperation. Okay. So eating does help. And carry weight. Doesn't say what the limit is. Just says the heaviness of your load. So, given. So time to have some cheese. No, actually, just recovered another hit point. Maybe I'll just have a potato. There. That's 19. We'll see if I'm healing faster now. But it does seem like hunger might not be as big of a deal as in previous Ultima games. Which is quite interesting. Because pretty much since the start of the franchise, just the start of the game, main thing you have to do is figure out how to get food. Because otherwise, everyone starves. I'm confused that I can't seem to search corpses anymore. Door. It's right there. Okay. That's a nightstand. Don't know if there's a drawer. Doesn't seem like it. It is nice if food really is just used for healing now. Yeah, entering doors is more difficult in this one than the previous one. Blankets and cushions. Seems like a pretty decent house. But closing doors is quite difficult as well. Like it kind of depends if it's something like don't forget to read the entire manual, then yeah. I'm aware I need to do that. Doesn't mean that I will. But yes, I believe there's probably going to be, well, the possibility of messaging a moderator, but it depends on if they're currently busy or not. So. Oh, that one exploded. Fire gems, and is that another helmet? It is. There. But I will take the fire gems, 'cause sounds useful. That's mine now. And that's mine now. Don't really need another helmet. What's this thing? Why is blue on the side? I'm sure there's also still lots of stuff that I need to figure out via reading the manual. So. I know I don't have all the information I need yet. One more time. It's the same lady again. Where were you last night? Really, I was at home with my poor sick mother. Why have you not paid your taxes? Yeah, the same one again. Can I interrupt the conversation? No more money. Can't talk with you now. Almost fell in the water. Need to really watch where I'm going. Don't want to go that way around. Are those skulls? Very inviting. So, hit points are down to 15, but hopefully I'll recover them again. Mushroom. Yeah, so there's plenty more food. And that's another dagger. Lots of people around here seem to have daggers. They don't seem like very effective weapons, sadly. It'd be nice if they were, but... Seems like the knitting needle that turned into a sword is pretty much the best weapon out there. Weird tapestry. Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, true. But for most of these games, there were blacksmith shops, and this one, like, they just seem to have daggers. I like the plant. Looks spiky. Not sure how it's getting enough light though, because that's way inside the building. Don't mind me, I just like growing plants. Like I've got a fern growing over on that windowsill. It's kind of sickly, but yes. It's slowly recovering. For those of you who don't know, I moved recently, so all my plants are in new locations now. Ah, okay. So, yeah, stuff about not soft locking would be good to know, yeah. Because, especially with some of the Ultima games, you can soft lock so easily. Side note, lava lamp is doing its thing. Just want to appreciate the lava lamp for a second since I didn't have it ready at the start of the stream because still need to get a timer so it preheats early enough. But yes, lava lamp. What was that? Boy, this weapon gets heavy. He always chopped me in half because of that weapon. But yeah, I currently don't have plants in the background, but maybe eventually I'll move some into the background of the stream, because the fern I was talking about, it's on the windowsill out of view. But, yeah, maybe eventually we'll have background plants, because I'm definitely a plant person. I just think plants are nice. Like, they're pretty. I feel like they kind of help with stuff like humidity levels. Not so much temperature, but they help. Did I actually save? I don't think I did. So this should be save number 6. There. Like, of course, they can't do too much. Are plants legal? Depends on the plant. I'm sure there's ones that are illegal. Like, as far as I know, when it comes to certain plants that people use for recreational purposes, I think there's a limit to how many you can grow of those, but I don't grow those, so I don't have to know what the limits on those are. I grow stuff more like fern and like basil, because I also enjoy cooking, and cooking with French herbs is just amazing. And I also have a pothos plant. Those are pretty easy to take care of. I used to have a cactus, which this drawing is based on. That one sadly didn't survive. If it had survived until the move, then it might be doing a lot better now, but the previous place just wasn't great for plants, sadly. You grow indoor tomatoes. Fancy. So I guess you have to pollinate them yourself with like a paintbrush. Yeah, I'm finally able to, or at least soon, I'll be able to have plants outdoors again, which has been a long time for me. So I am currently growing some tomato plants. So very exciting times. So, a stuffed thorax. What? Morian's Necromancer Prophet Hero. It doesn't seem to have like the title at the start, so maybe it's more of a diary type thing? But yeah, I definitely, at the previous place, had the issue of not having enough light. So, I still have, like I have a bunch of orchids, which we're struggling a lot because of low light levels, because of living in a country that doesn't usually get a huge amount of sunlight, especially in winter. So, yeah, my orchids were not doing well in winter. So I got the grow light to try and help them. Might have also been the combination of temperature and light levels. Regardless, got the grow light. So that helped with the orchids, but I feel like a lot of other plants also would have needed grow lights, and I didn't have them. But now I'm in a place that's much brighter, so yeah, very happy about that, because plants... like, I don't have curtains yet, which is why I can't really control the light levels. But, yeah, I'm not, like, gonna block the window entirely with, like, cardboard or something until I get curtains, because I like light. But eventually I'll have curtains. So, yeah. Yeah, for me, my cactus, it was doing quite well for a long time, but I got it, like, so long ago. So I didn't remember what type of cactus it was, so I never really figured out what the best way to care for it was. I just kind of, you know, tried my best. But, yeah. A couple months ago, it died because it was rotting from the inside, and I don't know why exactly. But I also found out that when I repotted that cactus, which was many, many years ago, I didn't loosen up the soil enough, so the roots were all compact, like in the shape of the previous, much smaller pot. So, yeah, it seems that cactus was doing worse than I thought. So, in retrospect, like, I'm not glad the cactus died, but I learned from its death. So, yeah. Your cactus had fleas. Huh? How? Not sure how that works. So, yeah. You have a 30-year-old bunny ear. What is a bunny ear? I'm looking that up because I need to know what type of plant that is. Oh, it's a type of cactus. So you have a cactus in your backyard. Must be quite warm then, because I think most cacti don't really do well in like cold, wet winters at least. But yeah, it's pretty fancy. But yeah, currently I don't have any cacti, but hope to have more in the future. I'll just have to get one where I actually know what type of cactus it is, so I know exactly how to take care of it. Anyhow. Let none doubt that no greater hero did ever walk the lands of Pagan than the immortal Morians. I guess there's a full stop missing. The immortal Morians. Morians did earn the title of immortal, as he still walks at the right hand of the Mountain King. Dead in body, but not in spirit. That doesn't sound immortal. Morian's legacy of greatness and heroism will live on into eternity. Many young children who have not yet learned of Morian's true wonderment do often look with innocent, upturned eyes and ask with voices filled with awe of the great man of which they've heard their playmates speak. When do the parents sit down with their children and tell them the story of the greatest of all magic users, the first necromancer? Morian's greatness became obvious when he was still but a young boy. At the age of 7, he slew a troll that threatened his father. Although the troll was terrible and large and armed with a deadly club, Morian stood unafraid. The blessed child, Morian stood with a sharp stone in hand and hurled the stone with a very great force. The stone struck the troll in the eye and landed with such force, the troll did fall dead. Morian's father was saved. The great feats of Morian's did not end with his victory over the troll. When Morian's was just beginning to grow into manhood, a strange man came into his village. The stranger spoke well and claimed to be a prophet. Many people came to hear this man speak, for he offered salvation to those who would follow him. Morian's, in his great wisdom, saw the man for a charlatan, and rebuked him. When the others heard Morian's, they too saw the man was a false prophet, and they stoned him to death. Starting to sense a theme here. Morian's likes killing living creatures via rocks. Such was the greatness of Morian's. The greatest story of Morian's greatness is the story of the pact which Morian's made with the Mountain King. Great is the power of the Earth Titan, and terribly did he shake the ground. For unbeknownst to mortal men, the Mountain King did have a great hunger for human flesh. Therefore, Lithos would tear open the land, and in would spill his victims. Morian's knew of Lithos' longing, for Morian's was wiser than any other. Without fear, Morian's tread beneath the ground to find the Mountain King. In the city of the dead, Morian's confronted the great and mighty Mountain King. Lithos shook the ground, yet still was Morian's unafraid. When Lithos asked why Morian's should come before a Titan, Morian's told Lithos he knew of the Titan's hunger. Therefore did Morian's offer a bargain with the Mountain King. Should Lithos spare the people above the ground and let them live to old age, Morian himself would ensure upon death all of the remains would be offered unto Lithos. If this bargain should be kept, promised Morian's, the almighty Titan would have his fill, and the people above the ground would then live unafraid. Lithos, being most impressed with this fearless mortal which stood before him, agreed that such a bargain would be a good thing. Then did Morian promise that he personally would inter all of the dead, giving over their bodies to Lithos. So impressed by Morian's courage and self-sacrifice with Lithos, he gave his necromancer his greatest prize, the heart of the earth. This treasure, which is the largest diamond-shaped object in the world, is made of pure and lovely black rock. So rare is this black rock that there are only 5 pieces of it in the entire world. So proud was Morian's of his treasure that he vowed to never give it up, but to carry the heart of Earth into the city of the dead and hold it for eternity. countless other stories of Morian's greatness and power, truly too many for this tome to contain. But to tell any more of Morian's glory would be immodest and unworthy of such a noble man. This then ends this incomplete life story of Morian's, necromancer, prophet, hero, so written by my hand in the Great Tomb, completed at the time of Bloodwatch, Morian's necromancer. Wait, huh? He wrote that book himself? Yes, he did write it about himself. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be immodest. So, time to take pictures of all this. Yes, he himself is immortal and a hero and the best person to ever exist. Except the person himself. Sure. Totally. Seems legit. Yes, he wrote his body is dead, but his mind isn't. But he wrote that himself, so... Citation needed? Hello, how are you doing today? But yes, I feel like I shouldn't trust everything that guy wrote. For some reason. There, let's save.
Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
No, it's not. I'm just saving. Would be more fitting if those voice lines came in when I reload. But that's just me saving. Floor needs sweeping. Table needs another round of ale. Does that guy have a job for me? Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you? What's your name? Orlok. What's your name? I'm Spidey. Well met then, Spidey. It's a fine name indeed. Stay a while and listen to my tales. I saved right before this one. So, should be fine. What do you do? Well now, I'm a bartender. Can I get you a drink? Tell me a story. I know a right frightful tale about the ghost that walks the hills above Tenebrae. Would you like to hear it? Sure. Well, you see, my great-great-great-grandfather, John Blowheart, spent most of his days on the sea. It is said he came across the lost treasure of the ancient kings. Gold, my friend. Gold beyond your wildest dreams. He brought that gold back here to Tenebrae with the idea of settling down and living out the rest of his life in comfort. Well, that was not meant to be. He had no more found a comfortable place to live in when the dreams began to plague him. Terrible nightmares did he have. Now, my great-great-great-grandfather wasn't afraid of anything. He was the bravest man alive. But these dreams wake him up screaming and shaking with fright. In his dreams, the ghosts of the ancient kings visit him and demand their treasure. Demand their treasure back. Night after night, these spectres appeared, but my great-great-great-grandfather wouldn't give up the treasure. One night, after a particularly frightful visit, he had an idea. Not a bad idea, but it might be a bad idea. He would take the treasure and hide it away where no one would ever find it. So he took a shovel and his treasure and disappeared into the hills, never to be seen alive again. There are some that say he is in those hills, yet can be seen patrolling the area where the treasure is hid. But no one has yet had the courage to find out. Well, so Orlok said that. So, time to start taking notes. So, because I feel like that might come in. Like, it might be relevant later on. So, start of my Ultima 8 notes. So, this was Orlok, the barkeeper, and what was the name of the town again? I think Tenere or something? Presumably the manual or the chronicle would have the name in there. So the chronicle is more like the lore book by the looks of it. So there, Tenebrae. Tenebrae. There. But yeah, I'm just a bit slow at learning new names, and in this case, the name of the town is just not sticking in my memory just yet. So, and that was Orlok. Orlok, the barkeeper. So, and he said his great-grandfather-ish? Grandfather was a sailor and found the treasure of the kings or something. Something along those lines, at least. Okay. So he came to Tenebrae. To settle down, but the treasure gave him nightmares. So he went into the hills to hide it and never came back. Some say his ghost haunts the area where the treasure was hidden. Okay, there. Feels like that should be detailed enough. So if I find the ghost, still might not want the treasure. But this way I should be able to make that decision in the future. And hopefully still have the context required to make that decision. Very drunk peasant. Hello? Never mind. So, what's your name then? Jenna. Yours? I'm Spidey. I met Spidey. So... why do you carry a sword? Because it's mine. I'll have you know I'm not afraid to use it. Fair. Do you know how to use a sword? Yes, this blade has sent more than one man running for his life. You killed me? Only one or two. Most know to stay clear of me. They stay clear because I don't want them around. My father calls them suitors. I call them nuisance. A nuisance. Suitors? You know, male callers. They show up here and hang around like moon calves. One in particular was bad. His name was Cyrus. Tell me of that guy. He was a herdsman's son. He wanted to marry me and live in the hills tending Thorax. Now, Thorax may be wonderful to him, but I think they're stupid and they smell. I was so glad when he went off. When he went to Argentrock. Okay. Why did he go there? They say he has some talents for healing. He always felt closer to Stratos than he did to Hydros. They didn't tell his family that. They would have been very angry. Well, I don't know if he ever became a healer. I'm just glad he's gone. Fair. Who's your father? Darian, the arms dealer and captain of the palace guard, is my father. Thinks I'm going to be an old maid, and he tries to marry me off to everyone who comes around. An old maid? I'm not an old maid. How dare you say that? You're just like my father. I can't kill him, but I can you. I just might. Now get out while I still feel civil. Whoops. You're lucky I don't skewer you where you stand. I was just asking. I'm sorry if I upset you. I have a long memory for slights. It's only out of respect for Orlok that I'll hold my temper. Yeah, shouldn't have done that. Good to know. Fine. I feel like I should reload. But yeah, she's fun. I like her.
Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
So... was that the book? Yeah. About how Morians is the greatest guy to ever exist. Great book. There. Okay. It's soft look to upset her. I mean, I just felt like I shouldn't upset her. But good to know. So, I'll just skip through this. I'm still Spidey. What do you do? Bartender. Tell me a story. I do want to hear the story. Oh, John Blowhard is the name of the guy. So. His name. yes, I won't call her an old maid this time. I was just trying to, like, ask about it. I wasn't trying to call her that. So, note down the name. Yeah, so, Treasure of the Ancient Kings. Thank you for the 38-month sub. And yes, that's quite the number. So that's 3 years plus 2 months already. Treasure of the Ancient Kings. Just in case it's referenced again in the future. Blah, 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 blah. So... Can I hear another story? What do you want to hear? Well, my ability to math isn't at its peak today either, but 36 is 3 times 12. So 38 is 36 plus 2. So, there you go. Okay. So it seems there's 2 more stories I can hear from that guy. And I guess I should save before I talk to her, just in case. Because I feel like I shouldn't, like, permanently upset people. Because they might be important for quests later. So, hello, yes. Your name, Jenna. I'm Spidey. What do you do? I'm a barmaid. Can I get you a drink or something like or something to eat? You're a barmaid for now? Yes, it was the only job I could find at short notice. What I really want to do is go adventuring like you. Oh, how I would like to see something of the world beyond the smelly village. Smelly village? Yes. Can't you smell it? The rancid odor of fish combined with the nasty smell of those stupid thorax. Sometimes I think even if I left, the smell would still be in my blood. It's terrible. Job at short notice. I'll see, my father wanted me married. He seems to think a woman can't support herself. She must have a husband to make her a complete person. Well, just to prove to him that I could do it, I got this job. It's not much, but it got me out of the house. See the world? What I wouldn't give to see it all, but I can't. Not sure what I asked, but whatever. Just the whole world. I've heard there are sorcerers who can call upon the forces of fire and ancient ruins, where hoards of treasure awaits anyone brave enough to fight the evil creature guarding it. Why can't you go to see the world? Because I'm a woman, so they say. Why can't a woman adventure? There are those who say only young men are interested in adventuring and women are only interested in cooking and shopping. Well, I say they're wrong. There may not be many of us, but we are here. Maybe someday they'll realize it. Till then, how about that drink? No thanks. Do you live here? Yes, all my life. Was born not far from this cemetery, or from the cemetery. I feel like I shouldn't ask her how old she is. Tell me about the cemetery. I don't like the place. It's haunted. Haunted? Yes, with the ghosts of those horrid necromancers. I misclicked. I'm old enough to know how to use this sword. Might be tempted to use it if you don't learn better manners. I didn't mean to ask that by accident. But I misclicked. It was going to happen sooner or later. I knew I shouldn't ask. Like, the number of times people have asked me my age, like, if I was this upset every single time I got asked my age, I'd get into trouble. Like, I get carded for everything. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Don't mind me just having the same conversation with the same woman for the third time, because the other 2 times I had to reload. So, Jenna, yeah. I'll not go with that's a pretty name, because I'm trying to just keep this professional. What do you do? Barmaid? There. And barmaid for now, you said? Yes. Smelly village. Okay. Job at short notice. You were playing Maniac Mansion. How did that go? Was it your first playthrough? Because, I mean, there's people like playing it for the first time, there's people speedrunning it and everything in between, so it's quite the range. What is there to see? So that was the question that I asked by accident. Your first playthrough. Fun. How's it going? Why can't you see the world? Because I'm a woman. Why can't women adventure? Because they're supposedly only interested in cooking and shopping. Totally. So, let's see. You live here. There. Or near the cemetery. Okay. Ah, okay. Nice. I've played the game twice now, if I remember right. But, yeah. It's a fun one. But it can be frustrating at times. Well, I'm just starting Ultima 8, so... I'm still making up my mind on that. It's definitely janky. So. Haunted, with the ghosts of the necromancers. So. Don't accidentally click how old are you. So, where is the graveyard? On the other side of the city, you'll have to head east from here, going right past the Tempest's Keep, through the east side of town. Okay. So, east. Which I think was also where the guy the fisherman told me to talk to would be. So. Then down a long, dangerous road. Wouldn't go there if I were you. Why shouldn't I go there? It's a terrible place, a frightening place. The necromancer used to be there, Terrible people they are. Study dead bodies. Some say they even eat them. Only one person I know of travels there willingly, and that is Mithrin. Okay. So, about Mithrin? An old hermit that lives on the plateau. Some call him a sage. I think he wields magic. Occasionally, he comes into town. Guess he buys things for all those scrolls he makes. Okay. Scrolls? Magical scrolls, I think. Once I saw him read from one and unlock the door to the place, no, to the palace when I knew it was locked. I don't know what he was doing in there, and I didn't ask. Best to just keep quiet, if you ask me. More about the necromancers. Great power they have. Power over life and death. If shiver to think about it. They study dead bodies. That's why they live in the cemetery, so they always have a fresh supply. I think the ghosts of their victims are there, looking for their bodies. Wouldn't they know where their bodies are? Like, probably underneath that grave marker that says their name. Good day to you. There. Managed to have a conversation with her without her threatening to kill me. So. That's not successful.
Your treasured Britannia succumbs easily. Soon all the land will be mine.
Seems people here are quite bad at playing darts. Can't remember which game it was where in the intro you see the Guardian talking. That reminds me of that intro. That's that creepy painting. So, what's over here? Another building. Have I been in this one? Yes, I think I've been in that one. Alright. So much going on in this place. Have I been in this building? I think so, yeah. So, east of town is the exact opposite of where I'm going, but still interesting to see how big the town is and how many houses there are. But I really quite like the art in this game. Like, the texture of this wall, it's just very nice. I mean, yes, it definitely repeats a lot, but still a pretty stone texture. I like the door frame as well. It's just really nice. Yeah, I've already been in here. That was the dead guy. So this should be east, theoretically. But technically I don't know if this is north or if this is north. So. I'm just kind of guessing that the diagonal is east. I technically don't know. And I also don't have a compass. Is this person's face grey? Kind of. Hello? I mean, based on all the other Ultima games, there's probably something in it for me. But I'll just go for 1 coin, because I don't want to take too many risks. There you go. Thank you, stranger. Okay. May Hydrus find favor with you. I mean, might have just basically thrown away money, but it's gonna be fine. It's just 1 coin. I should probably save because I'm in a new area now. There. So what's this building? There. Now I should be able to read it. The library. Nice. I'm not sure which one's my favorite. Because I've now played Ultima 1 through 7, or like completed those. And I'll quickly try and check when I started Ultima 1, because it has been a while by now. So, like, at this point, like, the games kind of blend together in my mind, so, yeah. Let's see. December 2022 is when I started Ultima 1. So, yeah, like, the games I've played more recently are obviously fresher in my mind at this point. So, yeah. Like, at that point, it's, like, I'm not saying December 2022 is that long ago, but, it just means that with having played now 8 different Ultima games, because of 7 Part 1 and Part 2, yeah, they definitely blend together. So, yeah, at some point, probably when I finish Ultima 9, most likely, I'll have to go through and, like, check the VODs of all my different playthroughs and then do a final ranking. Because, yeah, at this point, I struggle to compare them. Because I've only played all of them once. So they really blend together. So, who runs this library? Not sure. Quiet. Ah. The spacing between the Q and the U is a bit confusing to look at. Okay. Nobody seems to be in here. Still, so many of the decorative items have skulls on them. Like this table, that looks pretty sinister. Nice plants. More plants. We were talking about plants earlier. And I just appreciate the variety of potted plants in this game. Can't help it. Like, this could be a fern, technically. Or it could just be a plant that grows very large leaves that have, like, very visible, like, structure on their leaves. Yeah, I've just been having so much fun with my plants lately. So, yeah. Just getting distracted by the potted plants. So, the fern plant I was talking about earlier, that's currently on my windowsill. That one's been kind of sickly for, well, years now. And I think the issue was that it wasn't getting quite enough light. I mean, they don't need a huge amount of light, but I think it still wasn't getting quite enough of it. And I think humidity level-wise, there was just... there were too many fluctuations. So it just wasn't having a good time. And since moving, it's grown... I think now, like, 3, 4 new leaves, and it's in the process of growing even more. So, just very happy about how my plant is doing. Now I'm able to keep a better eye on it, because before it was like on a cabinet, now it's on a windowsill, so I can actually see it better. So it just feels quite fitting that this is the exact moment where Ultima decides to have a bunch of potted plants everywhere. Yes, exactly. The fern seems quite happy there. Backpack on the table. And we've got 2 jug. One of them full of oil. Okay. Greetings, stranger. I'm called Baron. And you? I'm Spidey. Well met, Spidey. What do you seek of me? What do you do here? Other than probably live here. A mage. Oh. A mage, you say? How are you? I'm fine. Now that you've asked your questions, it's my turn to ask you mine. Why are you here? Why are any of us here? I have been banished here. Oh, really? Who's banished you here? An evil being of immense power. What's this evil being called? It's called the Guardian. You speak blasphemy. The Guardian is the power that opposes the evil. When the Destroyer came, it was only through the Guardian's advice that we survived at all. Ah. Oopsies, they like the Guardian. Something you want? I'm a stranger here, please forgive me. Forgiven. What can I help you with? What do you do here? A mage. How are you? As well as expected. Really have a lot on my mind. I have no business to conduct, so I see no reason why we should continue this discussion. See you. Farewell. Okay. Yeah. They shouldn't trust the Guardian. But wasn't it... Wait. So Ultima 7 definitely had the Guardian. Did Ultima 6 have the Guardian? Because I think it might have started in 7. But either way, they shouldn't trust the Guardian. But Seems they won't listen to me, so... Their loss. Not sure how to open that door. Yeah, so... Ultima 7, Part 1 and 2. Guess those were the ones with the Guardian. Switch! Yeah, neat. I'll just try and flip that switch. There, now it's closed. Okay. I feel like I should save. So, there. Right. So, that was the one with the gargoyles. Right. But as I said, it just kind of blends together at this point. So, at some point I'll have to double check which one was which. There, let's combine those stacks. Neat. Well. That went exactly according to plan. Whoops. I exploded. Because of stealing gold. Or, well, stealing money. What if I do it this way? Because now it's technically on the ground. Which is obviously completely different. Definitely not the same money. Nope. Still exploding. Fine. Guess not. Now I can reload. Just want to make sure I'm loading. There. So yeah. No stealing the money. Fine. Wonder how the pentagram is used. Okay, walking over it doesn't seem to do anything. Not steal the guy's gold, because I prefer for my limbs to stay attached to the rest of my body. I was kind of hoping to be able to learn from one of the mages, but not at least one. But if I understood that right, the person who's described as both a sage and a hermit might also be a mage. That one's locked. Spring of the Eternal Hydros. More guards randomly slashing the air. Locked. What's in here? Right, locked. Wait, I was told to find the guy who runs the library, but I think that one might be separate from the Wandering Mage. So, where was that library? That was the mage's house, I think. I think I just stepped on a spider. I have regrets. It was an accident. So, let's keep looking for that library, wherever it was. I probably just ran past at some point. Well, I already was inside the library, but just don't remember where it was exactly. Was it this building? Locked. Oh, having plants is fun. You get to watch them grow, and it's a rather affordable hobby. I can say one of the most expensive things is getting fancy pots for your plants. But the plants themselves, they're pretty cheap. Seeds are cheap. Unless you're going for something silly like a bonsai tree. But, yeah. I think this might have been the library. Yes. Managed to find it again. So, I guess I'll just talk to everyone here. Greetings. Trying to read. So, you there. You seem important. I have to read more on this. Greetings, stranger. What's your name? Bentic. It's a word of pagan derivation. I think it originally meant he who toils hard, but that's not for certain. I found a number of references to Ventak in several older texts and feel that this may be the root of the name Bentic. What's your name, friend? Spidey. Well met, Spidey. Pleased to meet you. So, what's pagan? What's the name of this place? Thought this place was Tenebrae? No. That's the name of this city. Pagan is the name of this land. This all-encompassing world upon which we all live our meager lives. Your meager lives. When you take into consideration the scope of this world and its history, anything we do or accomplish becomes virtually meaningless. Well, we are but a fraction of the blink of an eye in the history of Pagan. So, he's all cheerful. So what do? By trade, I am the librarian of this city. However, I prefer to think of myself as a student of life, one who spends his time observing all facets of life. I'm a great studier of people. You would be amazed at the things you may learn by simply observing your neighbours in their everyday life. Noted. So about your neighbours. I think of the one I like to spend the most time with is Devon. He's such a sharp fellow. I think he has far more potential than he even realises. I've met Devon, I think. Have you? He's such a nice fellow. Spent hours in conversation here. He's really quite sharp. Loves books almost as much as I do. In some ways, he knows more about Pagan than I. Does he know how I may leave Pagan? Leave Pagan? My goodness, I don't think I've ever had anyone ask that. But then again, you don't act, talk, or dress like anyone I've ever seen before. Let's see. Can only suggest you speak to someone with more magical abilities than I. Mithrin could help, or, though I dread to suggest it, perhaps the Necromancer could help you. Who's Mithrin? Right, so talking to, already forgotten his name again, but the librarian. So, Mithrin or the Necromancer. Might be able to help you leave. Mithrin makes magical scrolls and things and sells them. And he lives on the plateau. Where's that? From the place in the center of the city, head north out of the city. Follow the path through the valley to the cave entrance. Go through the cave. Okay. Go to the center of the city. And follow the path north through the cave. Opens on the other side of the mountain on the plateau. He enjoys studying, reading books as I do. He'll form an opinion and tout it as perfect. He'll even cite his own writings as examples of perfect creative thinking. Makes talking to him a bit tedious, but he's a good source of information. Practices magical arts. Not sure what school he follows. What schools? The 4 elemental schools, of course. They're those who follow Lithos and practice his magic. I'll just make sure to take pictures of these so I don't miss that, because that seems important. So, There are 4 schools of magic. Lithos. That represents Earth. Okay. They require long hours of study and practice to cast correctly, or so I've read. The impestual magic of Hydros is only available through heredity. Okay. So I'm guessing that's water, because Hydros. Heredity, and so unavailable to the majority. So. I'll just take pictures of all of it and then take notes after. So. Magic of Pyros, the fire elemental. Quite spectacular to watch, but very dangerous to the caster. Stratos, on the other hand, provides healing magic, though she requires strict obedience to her tenants. Okay. Come back anytime. Okay. So. So, Hydros. I think Hydros was water, but I'm not sure. Then we've got Pyros. Who represents fire. And Stratos represents healing. There. At least I think that's how it works. I guess I can double check by looking at the manual of the game. So, we've got, so there's necromancy, tempestry, theurgy, sorcery, thaumaturgy. Okay. So, starting on page 22 of the manual, it talks about magic. So I'll have a quick look. So necromancy is pretty obvious. So it seems they're going to be very separate schools of magic. So reagents are blood, bone, wood, dirt, executioner's hood, and blackmore. Oh, executioner's hood is a fungus. Okay. And there's rituals, which seem to be spells, basically. Tempestry, ability to control water and storms. It's inherited. Okay. Theurgy. believes that to purify oneself, focus on the inner energies of the mind eliminates the need to find power in the world around. No reagents. So which group is that? Oh, healing, I think. So divination, healing touch, restoration. Yeah, that sounds like the healing one. Sorcery, fire. Okay. And thaumaturgy. I think that one's gonna be earth. Right? Because we had earth, water, fire, and healing, I think. And necromancy. Technically. I think it would be earth. Like summon creature, confusion blast, call destruction, devastation, meteor shower. Yeah, that sounds like earth. So interesting. Didn't think that would be a thing. I guess I'll note that down. So necromancy is one of them. Then the others, Tempestry, Clergy, Sorcery, and Thaumaturgy. Okay. So necromancy is pretty self-explanatory. But I really need to note this stuff down because I'm pretty sure it'll come up a lot and I'm not going to memorize this easily. Doesn't say who they try to channel for necromancy, at least not in the manual. So Tempestry, that was water. Which was connected to Hydros. Then Clergy was healing. Which was Stratos. Sorcery was fire, which is Pyros. And thaumaturgy was earth, which is Lithos. Okay. Just slowly learning how stuff works. This guy's name was Bentic. I write that down too. Okay. So he told me to try and find Mithran. And gave me instructions how to get there, so feels like that's relevant. Don't think there's an in-game map. I mean, I'm not carrying a map, so in the previous game, I think you could only look at the map if you actually have it. But he told me to go to the center of the city, I just don't know where that is. maybe that's where the palace is? I guess I can try going this way. Just see what happens. So, save. Right there. And let's go. That's still a house. Oh, that looks like a giant spider. Is that a giant spider? I want to see it when it's not hiding behind the tree. Ah, only 4 legs. Okay, it did say the palace was in the center. Yeah, I just felt like the palace might be in the center. I just didn't note that part down, so. Someone's growing this stuff. And someone's in combat. Oh. Yeah. This situation. Not sure who I'd prefer to win this. I mean, I guess it would be nice if the troll doesn't win. Because they seem like a hassle. But I have a save, so I can just stand here, wait, and see what happens. Presumably someone will win eventually. Unless they're just meant to be in eternal combat with each other. Could be the case. I just don't want to get involved because the troll might turn around and just attack me instead. And I also don't want to accidentally attack the wrong creature. Because presumably, like, they seem like they're not hostile. But, yeah. Is it just gonna keep going forever? It might just be that they're supposed to be stuck in combat forever until I intervene. Because I feel like this has taken long enough already. Oh, no, no, okay. They really did kill it. Oh. Troll had a mace. Want the mace. I got the mace. Now I need to run. Gee. I got a new weapon. And I'd say, arguably, I did not earn it. But I have it. There. Mace. Looks much more intimidating. Now I just have to wait to heal back up again. Okay, I think I'll try and find the palace before I go back out again. So, save. Might as well overwrite that one. There. So, am I on the other side of the palace? Yes, I am. Okay, so that was the correct spot. Fine. So now I just need to follow the path north. Not get too distracted. Keep on going. The path stopped. Just keep following the path. Oh, maybe it's that cave. Hope there's not too many enemies in here. Risky. Oh no. Jumping puzzles. Eesh. A chest. It's gonna explode. Yes, of course it is. Do I still have health points left? Am I dead? Yeah, I'm alive. Alright. Restore to sight. Invisibility. Wait, are they both invisibility? So, restore to sight. Restore to sight. Visibility. Restoration. Well. Yeah, I can imagine, but those jumps could have been a lot worse. So, let's overwrite this save? No? I can't. Whatever. So this would be save number 12. I think. Don't think I can make that jump. Oh, I can. Can't really go anywhere from there, though. Can I make this jump? No. Uh-oh. Of course, there's creatures living underwater that are basically just trying to eat me. Nope, shouldn't try walking there. No. There. Okay, I can walk there. Wasn't sure. It looks like there's a cave here. Jump up here? No? Because I was kind of expecting to be, like, jumping on something that's, like, half the height of where I want to jump up to, and then I can jump over to this place. It doesn't seem to work like that. I really thought that was a cave over there. But yeah, if climbing is a thing, then I just need to check the manual again. So... probably somewhere near jumping. Wait. Running leaps. Interesting. So... Oh, there. Climbing and careful stepping. Click both buttons to climb. Okay. Guess I'll try. That's careful steps. Ah, there! Got it. So it's like jumping, but not jumping. Oh, that seems dangerous. Weird glowing skull thing. Can't climb there. Oh, that was dangerous. Guess I'll figure out when my last save was. Right. There. This way. Then back on land. Climb up here. Yes. Okay. So I'll just overwrite that save. Climb up there. Oh no. Ow. I think I'm dead. Wait, what? There. We fall down here. Might make combat easier. No? Just gonna pace around right at the edge. Fine. Limping around right at the edge of the cliff like it's nothing. Meanwhile, I'd probably fall down. Not really doing anything. Okay, now he's far enough away that I feel like I can climb up there. Hopefully. Where did I manage to climb over there? Closer to the edge. Work this time. I'm blinking. Nope. Ow. I'm dead again. Tricky zombies. Should probably eat more. Let's go for that fish. Hopefully now I'll recover health faster. Yeah. Looks to be working. But if I can manage to climb up there and then just jump down on the other side, I can go past this thing. But maybe if I time it right, I can also just run through there. That works. More zombies here, though. I'll just stand in the corner for a second. I could just try and not deal with the zombies too much. That doesn't work. There we go. More zombies. Of course there are. I can actually search the dead bodies here. What this does. Oh no. Too many zombies. That bridge does not feel safe.
There is no escape from this prison.
Broken chair. Bunch of levers. Okay, so we've got our first official puzzle. And the book I found did say that lever puzzles tend to be quite safe. So I can just do that puzzle while I wait to heal. Okay. it? Doesn't seem like it. Feels like they're turning this way around. This lever, that looked like it was this way around. And that didn't do anything. Did manage to go around here. Nothing useful here, though. Uh-oh. Am I gonna be stuck here now? Maybe not. No. That lever doesn't move. So... Sounds like something fell in the water. Don't know. So I'll leave them all in the position where they moved the thing. There. Okay. Don't know if that was good, but it was noticeable. I'll just save. Because I don't know what to think about this. Now let's just see if I can make my way back without dying. Trying not to fall off the bridge, but it's difficult. Okay. That one moves now. Don't know what that did. Zombies are still here. I guess I could try and take on the zombies. Yes. Manage that one. Neat. A potion. I feel like I should save again, just because I managed to kill one enemy. Might not seem like an achievement, but well, it feels like one. Which one to start with? Well, if I remember correctly, they're kind of in groups of 3. So Ultima 1 through 3 is kind of one storyline. Ultima 4 through 6 is kind of a storyline. And 7 through 9 might also be another one. Because at least 7 and 8 are connected. So, in general, I guess I'd recommend starting with one of the ones that start a storyline. So, that would be 1, 4, or 7, I think. So, yeah, for example, starting with Ultima 4. For a house. Yes, I'm me. Hello. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm indeed the same person, and yes, this is a live stream. And on YouTube, it's just the recordings of my live streams, so yeah. Over here, you get to watch the content as it is being created. And you especially get to watch me get very confused about games a lot. Well, that place. That looks... I maybe made a mistake walking into that building. It'll be fine. So... There. Managed to get the timing right on that. Ow, nope, that's too close. Too close. Ow, dead. Skills. Iguana bits. Wasn't that? Fallout 2? So we've got After all going into the void. That's always right. Maybe I shouldn't steal the potions. I'll save again before I touch the potions, because I don't know if similar to well, if it was Fallout, like I've played Fallout 2. It's just been a while. I've been streaming for 7.5 years. So I don't always manage to remember exactly which game something happened in, because so many games. Oh, this isn't Fallout. This is Ultimate. You started watching my channel when I was playing Fallout 2. Fun. But yeah, that's been a while. But I really quite enjoyed playing Ultima... Fallout. I meant to say Fallout. Not saying I don't enjoy Ultima. Anyway, really quite enjoyed Fallout 1 and 2. 3, I feel like they should have just gone with what they had started with 1 and 2. 3 just... Like, sure, it's in the same universe, but it's so different. And I really enjoyed the style of 1 and 2. But, oh well, I guess they wanted to do something that would be more popular. But, yeah. 1 and 2 is just... They're such good games. I mean, they are rough around the edges, don't get me wrong. They do feel a bit like they... were released before they should have been. But, yeah. So, we've got a desk to rummage through. Nothing here. So, you there. Are you the person I heard about? Hello. Yes. Hello. What's your name? You may ask, stranger. I am Mithrin, the guy I was looking for. But what name do you go, young one? You go by Spidey. Greetings, Spidey. How might I assist you? I kind of want to buy scrolls, but I also have questions. So, questions first? Good. It's always important to ask questions. That way, one will never run out of things to learn. Can't refuse one who has traversed ghoul-filled passages to meet with my hospitality. What are some of those questions? So, what do you do? That's an interesting question. I do many things. I suppose I spent most of my time studying and exploring the mind. Don't believe that thoughts should be confined within the skull, so I study a little bit of everything. Okay. Pagan history. The history of this land is quite long. There's much I can tell you. Where would you prefer I start? Better than wasting your time and mine with a lengthy story when we could be discussing more interesting matters. Let me simply suggest you read my essay on the subject. The book should be around here somewhere. Most likely, I left it upstairs. Feel free to borrow it if you wish. More about Pagan? The question is quite broad in scope. Do you wish me to talk about the city, the island, or all of Pagan? The city is called something different though. So the island? The island is called Morgulin. Same as the mount. Okay. I'll just take a picture of that so I can add it to my notes later. Morgulin, same as the mountain or volcano from which it sprang. As far as the people know, this is the only piece of land remaining after the Titans vanquished the Destroyer. Still not sure about how the Guardian played into that. So how about all of Pagan? The lands of this world once spanned great distances. At that time, the people were prosperous and, for the most part, unified. However, when the words of warning came from a mysterious being called the Guardian, the population split into two factions. Salons, who believed in the ancient traditions, and pagans who felt that the Guardian's words meant the end of things that were. So just the apocalypse. The two factions fell to fighting against each other, while the very forces of the elements began to take form and grow. When a malevolent entity called the Destroyer attempted to conquer the world, the elements, who had amassed titanic levels of power, rose to battle it. During the struggle, the lands were demolished, leaving only a few people scattered across a single island, this island. Shortly thereafter, the Xalans fell to their enemies, and the world became known as Pagan. So, seems, well, the one faction just became this entire world, kind of. Okay. So, about the city. Tenebrae. The city was not settled until near the end of the war between the Pagans and the Xalans. After the Titans defeated the Destroyer, most of the world lay in such ruin and disarray that the few people who were left on the island congregated into a single community. They called their city Tenebrae, meaning the city of eternal twilight. At first, the necromancers held rulership, but Kaelin became a tempest as well. Okay, that might be relevant later. Not sure if we know Kaelin yet. Oh, no, I think that was the lady at the start who had that one guy executed at the docks. I think that was Kaelin. And the guy was accused of, like, being mean to her. I mean, it was called blasphemy, but wouldn't that make her some sort of religious being? Anyway. The people elected to have their leaders come from that line. No, I have not fully read the manual. I know that Ultima games are very focused on the manual, but I kind of try and, at least at this point, kind of read it as I go. A lot of the manual is just stuff that I already know about. So, like, for example, it has like a long history section that recounts everything that happened in the previous games, which sure is nice to be able to read, but it's not really essential for playing this one, and I've played the other ones. So, yeah. It's basically just lore as to what the people in this game think about what happened in the previous games, if they even know about it. Anyway, they elected to have their leaders come from that line. Who is Kalen? He was the first Tempest. Fine, so Kalen is someone else. First Tempest, an early hero to the people, his life as a necromancer. Right, so was that the first necromancer as well? The name just sounds familiar. His life as a necromancer was filled with some amount of tragedy. When we have time, I'll relate the history of this world to you. Then you'll have a better understanding. More about the people. I know little about the people. If you come to visit me for my knowledge, even fewer to buy my scrolls, I know little about the mages of Pagan. Is it them you're interested in knowing? Sure. Tell me about the mages. Okay, there's 4 schools of magic, as we heard about before. 1 for each of the titans. The study of death and the ground is necromancy. Wait. I thought it was 5 schools if you include necromancy. We'll see. So, death and the ground, necromancy. It's the necromancer who's responsible for carrying out the pact with Lithos by burying the dead and sending their spirits to him. Current necromancer Lothian is very old. I expect she soon will be passing her role to her apprentice. Vudos should handle the responsibility quite well. Tempestry's main focus is water. So its aspect does involve combining with Hydros' sister. Hey. Tempestry's main focus is water. Though its aspect does involve combining with Hydros' sister Titan. Sister Titan. Right. The Titans are sisters. Hydros' sister Titan, Stratos, making storms as much a part of Tempestry as it is the sea. Unlike the other schools, Tempestry is not learned. It's passed through the bloodline. The eldest living Tempest possesses the greatest amount of power. As long as a younger Tempest spell does not contradict an elder's, the younger's magic will work fully. Since there seems to be little cap on the powers of Tempestry, it's a true tragedy that Marday rules the city. So many names, I really need to take more notes. I hope for the sake of the people that her reign is not a long one. Okay, so she's the one who had the guy executed. I think. Because I was pretty sure she was the ruler. Stellos was the first follower of Stratos. His Order of Enlightenment teaches Theurgy, the study of the winds. Okay, so Theurgy is wind, actually, not healing. Well, I guess it's also healing. Anyway, study of the winds. He's a good and learned man, or learned. If you'll permit me a judgment of ethics. Who freely uses his powers of healing. 4th school, sorcery, involves the Titan of Fire. I've never spoken to Malkyr in person. I feel the sorcerer's reputation for deceit is unchanged by his rise to power. Take care when dealing with those who can't consort with Pyros. Seems they become as wicked as he. Well, yeah, when I play games, in a lot of cases, I might have the manual available, but that doesn't mean I'll fully read it. Because especially if I read it all the way through, I'll still have to refer back to it later on. So, yeah. Anyway. Those are the mages of the 4 schools. Of course, they don't represent all aspects of magic. Okay. So... You're heading off already? Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. So, what other magic? So, thaumaturgy is not one of the 4 schools. So I guess that one's... It's not a field to any of the titans, but borrows bits and pieces from any form of magic. I'm a practitioner of thaumaturgy. Okay. So, can you teach me? You're not ready yet, my friend. Perhaps with a little more time to adjust to this world, you'll be prepared. Okay. So I'll be able to learn it eventually. You sell scrolls? Do you wish to purchase some? Think maybe. Only one spell, which I bothered to transcribe onto scrolls, enables the caster to dispel magic that seals entryways and portals. Like other spells, you don't need to learn the spell before casting it. However, the magic upon the scroll will disappear after you read it. You may use the spell of opening once. Do you want to buy the scroll? I'm gonna say yes, I want to buy it, but I don't know how much it is. Since the ink and parchment do have a cost to them, as well as the time I take to transcribe the magical words, must ask for 50 obsidians. I don't think I have that much, because I had 20, and yeah, I can't pay that. Sorry, can't help. Sorry, can't help you then. Perhaps you should return later when you can pay the fee. There. Enough about pagan. Very well. What do you study? To tell you would take nearly as much time as I've spent collecting the information. Suffice it to say, I try to learn as much about everything as I can. Of course, my preference is to study magic. So, magic? Perhaps in the future, I'll have time to show you. And how can I leave pagan? I've never had anyone ask such a question. Do you truly wish a means of this world? Or are you simply testing the limits of my knowledge? I ask this because finding the answer would be extremely tedious, and I don't plan to toil for no reason. I do kind of plan to leave pagan. That's a tremendous task you're planning to undertake. I myself have given considerable thought to finding ways to cross into what you would call other worlds. I've not yet uncovered a solution. However, I have come to the conclusion that it is the power of the Titans that makes such travel impossible, even for one with my command of the arcane. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that to depart from Pagan, one must master the powers of all 4 Titans. Of course. I mean, that was to be expected, but all 4 of them. I suppose the best place to begin is one of the schools of magic. Have you spoken with the necromancers? Nope. No, I have not. I suggest you begin with them. Speak with Vividus about becoming an apprentice once Lothian has passed on her prowess to him. Okay, will do. I realise the thought of dealing with the rituals of death may seem distasteful, but I expect it is something to which you must become accustomed if you wish to succeed. So, where are the necromancers? I mean, near the graveyard, but where's that? Because the waitress, she actually mentioned something about it, but yeah, I didn't note it all down, I think. They reside in the cemetery. I believe you will wish to take the east road from the city. Go with care. So, east. Go with care, for many of the Walking Dead also reside in the graveyard. Okay. May you farewell, stranger. Stranger to this land. If there's anything in my house that will aid you on your journey, feel free to help yourself. Neat. Maybe I'll find some armor. Wait, before you go, I wish to give you 2 items that I believe will assist you in your travels. The first is an item of recall. So that might be... what's it called? Teleportation. So, first is an item of recall acquired many years ago. When you find yourself in trouble, you may use this item to teleport to my front door. It's pretty neat. So, if I ever need to, like, quickly leave an area, or if I'm just too lazy to exit a dungeon, I might be able to use that to do that. Yeah, neat. Anyway, throughout the world, there are other discs to which you can also be transported if you so wish, providing you can visualize these places. How powerful this item is, I can't say, but I don't know whether other stronger powers may prevent it from functioning at certain times. Furthermore, I wish to give you this potion of healing, which will magically aid the recovery of your wounds. I'll try to have others for you as well. No, I'll try to have others for you as you make return visits. Since the cost to me in time and energy is great, I will not have one for you every time you visit. Okay. Excellent. Use this well. Here. Again, farewell. Okay, so I got a healing potion, but I don't know which potion that is. One of the potions I have. I don't know which one's the healing potion. So that's super useful. Just one of the potions in the pile. I'll at least save. Because I definitely feel like I should. Alright. But yes, of course I need to master the powers of all the titans. What else? Oh, my helmet, yeah. Actually... yeah, it's unrelated to whether or not I'm wearing a helmet. And I just threw my helmet on the ground. Still feel like the character portrait looks very silly, with and without the helmet. But maybe sillier with the helmet. It's just the facial expression. And also the pose. Yeah, it's kind of both, true. Because I'd say, for example, when trying to use stuff in Ultima 7, I can just double-click something, and my character would walk towards it and then use it. But in this one, I need to be within range to even try and use it. So, like, when I'm standing this close, I can open the desk, but from back here, I can't. It just gives me an X icon, so. Yeah. I kind of preferred the previous version. Where when you click on something, you walk towards it and then use it. The game was rushed because of EA. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice to send his best avatar.
Oh, I think this is a wall, like, on the same floor as this wall. For some reason, I thought this was downstairs. I think it's, like the top of the curtains. It kind of looks like there's a shadow there. Or tapestry, I guess. Yes. True that. Wait, so is that the teleporter? Where did I see the other one? I remember I've seen one. Maybe it was in the mage's house or in the castle? But yeah, I'm not constantly starving. It is definitely making stuff easier. Because exploring a dungeon and dying to hunger, yeah. Let's just say that wasn't the best part of the other Ultima games. Well, I would argue that the needing to micromanage everyone's hunger levels, it wasn't just an Ultima 7 thing. That was just an Ultima thing up until now. Because I think even in Ultima 1 you had to do that. Like, I remember one of the earlier ones, the way you were using food, I think that was one of the ones where you have like 4 colors or something. It's very limited graphics. I was just a few steps short of being able to buy new rations. So I would starve like right outside the door of the tavern where I'd be able to buy rations. So, yeah. They've gotten less strict, I would say. But, oh boy. And I don't remember if with that one, if starving meant your health slowly depleting, or if as soon as they run out of food, they just immediately dead. Don't know if it was that, but it might have been. Regardless, I think I kind of got softlocked at some point because of it. That money? Yep, that's money. I mean, I need money. He said I could just take anything, so... that would, logically, include the pile of money. Right? I mean, sure, he's also asking me for money, but... he's also just got money laying around, and he offered me to just take anything I want. So, yeah. So, I do want the fire gem. I don't know what to do with them, but I want them. And death disc? I'll just not touch that. What's this thing? Balance scale? Abacus. Clock. Sphere. Bottle. Wishbones. Skull candle. It definitely has some weird items. I was hoping for like, boots and gauntlets, maybe? Maybe even pants. Because my armor is lacking. Book in here. Reagents of thaumaturgy. I mean, those seem to be listed in the game manual, so... Devenoming the Kith, I already read that book elsewhere. History of Necromancy. Chronicle of Pagan. Reagents, again. Objective History of Pagan. Ancient book. Did I not read that? There. Gold. Valuable commodity or worthless trash. It's often said that there is no other material as precious as gold. Perhaps one reason that we feel this way is that it gleams and shines like the sun that rises to greet us every morning. However, it's not the only reason we value gold so much. There are several reasons other than its beauty that makes it so worthy of praise. Its malleability, conductivity, and resistance to corrosion are among the chief reasons we adore this metal. One very reliable method of extracting this ore from the land is mining. This requires the digging of long, often deep and dangerous shafts within the land. This is often accompanied by the use of explosives that ease the difficulties associated with the removal process. Another method, although not as high-yielding as mining, but much safer, is panning. Panning is done with a shallow pan and requires, more than anything, patience. Many of the area streams and brooks abound with gold nuggets and dust, and by filling the pan with silt and washing the silt from the pan, one will find only the heaviest objects left. With the Gentile graces of Amorous, those heaviest of objects will turn out to be gold. The process is time-consuming, but relaxing and profitable. I guess if you find a river that actually contains gold. Gold has enjoyed a popularity that no other mineral ever has, and will most likely continue to be highly valuable. Besides being the basis for our monetary system, it can be found in jewelry and sculpture and used for filling, decaying teeth, and even as everyday plaques. Neat. This is an educational stream now. Helpful guide to mushrooms. That could have useful information. Mythology of the Thalian deities. Well, maybe they also have gold at the same time. So maybe they have, like, obsidian as like their smaller coins, and then gold is their more expensive coins. So like cents and euros. So maybe it's obsidian and gold. I don't know yet. Yes. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Yes, I don't need to devenom any kith at the moment. But it's very detailed instructions. Final sunlight. Right. I already read that. The walk is so silly. Yeah, it's the most educational of streams. But yeah, the guide about mushrooms, I'll just take pictures of that. Because I currently don't know which mushrooms I'll need, but this way I'll be able to read what that book said. Is that one meant for panning gold? Because it looks like a rather shallow pot. More like a pan. On sorcerous ways. So fine, about sorcery. So fire magic. Instruction is the sorcerer's bailiwick, being first and foremost Thurgest of the Order of Enlightenment. Right, so I'll need to, I guess, read all the different books on the different types of magic. So that's sorcery, deities. He has his own shield. Okay, so the Xalans, were those the ones that fought with the pagans? Because I think they might be. Yes. So, Xalans and the pagans. Yep. So, mythology of Xalan deities. And he has a Xalan shield. So maybe he's the only Xalan left? Throughout the ages, our people have looked beyond themselves to find the answers to the many mysteries of life, blah 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 blah. But now I know that that book exists, and I guess I'll have a fairly easy way to get back here, since apparently I can just teleport here. So, more cushions and blankets and stuff. Also, for those of you who don't know yet, tomorrow I'll be starting the game Black and White, which, either the first or the second game I've played a tiny bit of, but it's been a while, and I've never completed either game, so yeah. Regardless, looking forward to it. I even have a physical copy of the game along with the instruction manual. But it's not in English. So, I might have to translate the manual if I want to read it out to you guys. Yeah, getting the German version was just the cheapest. Yeah, it'll be an educational stream of me teaching you guys German in just one stream. Okay. Bridge. I don't like the sound of that. I might be able to go fishing. So... yeah, this game definitely is quite different from the two Ultima 7 games. Didn't know quite what to expect, but... like, at least the inventory system is kind of similar. I think the Ultima games before Ultima 7 had the list system. Instead of the bag full of stuff. But, yeah. Wait, what? Do I have to go through that entire dungeon again? Well, not talking about the cave, talking about the puzzle that I had to go through to get into the building. Then let's save again. No, I don't have to go through that one again. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it's playing the music that it's currently playing. Well, that exploded. Right, the exploding mushrooms. Forgot about those. Pretty sure I bumped into one or two before. Wonder if they'll have hollow tree stumps again in this game. So, cave was somewhere around here. Is that the cave? What is that? I guess it's not the cave. It's just a weird shrub. Okay. Don't see the cave entrance here. Oh, right. That was the one with the spear, the spear, the spear, the spear, the spear, the spear. But I think that was still one where it's listed out, right? As in, inside the inventory. But once again, it's been like over a year now. Sorry. Okay. Let's fight some zombies. Bad zombie. Leave me alone. There. Combat system still feels like a bit of a struggle, but it worked. But it is very frantic. Come on. No. Bonk the zombie. Done. Hey. Yes, the zombie would have quite the headache. Yep. Another one. Come on. I'm ready-ish. Bonk. Nope, nope. Zombie's attacking. Nope. Ow. Hope this game doesn't have like a zombie virus or something. Because if it does, then I guess I'll just be a zombie. Because I'm pretty sure I just got bit. I mean, imagine if someone made a game like this, where it seems like a perfectly, let's say, innocent-looking adventure game, and then eventually the zombie apocalypse happens, and it turns into more of a horror game. The other zombie lost interest. Or maybe the dead zombie's blocking the path? That could be. I feel like I should probably try and level up more. I think fighting is probably a way to do that. It's just very frantic. Worked out. Zombies just don't have anything useful. Wait. It's off? No, it's not. That would have been very silly if I just stood there and got zapped by it. So, back around here. Then from here I was able to jump over there. And over there. Over there. This way. Oh nope. Need to keep moving. There. Did it. And I almost drowned. Need to be careful. And I think that's the way back out. Yes. I made it. And I follow the path back to the city. No, I'm supposed to go east to find the necromancers. East from the city. Not east of where I currently am. What's this building anyway? Looks empty. I see a jewelry box. And a save. Anything useful in there? They have a rain barrel indoors? Captain's journal. I recommend the new Young Guard's grommet for accommodation for bravery. Okay, so captain as in captain of the guards, not as in ship's captain. As a troll larger than most marched directly and purposefully towards our station, we prepared to destroy it from a safe distance with fire gems. So they're a ranged weapon, I guess. I guess like maybe grenades, kind of. Before we attacked, Grommet saw that it carried in its arms a little girl. We hesitated in our attack, and he charged out and met the beast with a sword drawn. In the ensuing battle, the troll was driven to its knees, and it begged for its life. Grommet slew the creature. What? Oh, and then the person was, like, who got stoned to death? I can't remember. Like, first it was, the one guy, like, he threw a rock at a troll, and that killed it because it landed in its eye and dead. Whatever. And then some other guy was stoned to death. And now we're battling a troll. The troll is begging for its life, and this great god killed it anyway. Some of Comet's blows flew a little awry, and the little girl was mortally injured by one of them. She was only a peasant, however, and of no importance. Gromit will make a fine addition to the officers' ranks. That's a story. Definitely a story. I feel like yesterday when I was playing Mass Effect 2, and there was the whole thing with that one lady taking another woman as a hostage, and I managed to only injure the hostage, but she only ended up lightly injured, and was able to survive the entire ordeal. I prefer that outcome. I mean, I'm sure she wasn't too happy about the outcome, but at least she made it. Unlike that girl. So, yes, you'll live. Exactly. So, I'll just save again, because I don't know where I'm currently going, and I don't know if I should be going this way. But there is that one lady, and maybe I can talk to her, and hopefully not get killed by one of the Thoraxes in the meantime. Greetings. Hello, stranger. Pardon me, sir, but I ask that you treat me with a bit more respect here upon my own land. I apologize, my lady. And the other option is quiet, woman. There. Apology accepted. I hope I wasn't too terse in my response. We certainly don't get many strangers up here. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Corinth. What are you called? Spidey. Pleased to meet you, Spidey. You're welcome here. So, you don't see many strangers? We rarely have visitors here in the country. We do see that strange old hermit once in a while, though. I'm guessing she's talking about Mithrin? So, Corinth. I was named for my mother, who didn't survive my birth. Father wished to preserve her memory by naming me after her. And what happened to her father? Leo? Is that two L's? I never understand why some names, words have two L's at the start. Yeah. Anyway. Apparently that was her father. I just got distracted by the spelling. So about him. It's an old name, rarely used today. In many ways, my father's name suited him well. He was also very old. Suited him. My father was an old-fashioned man with old-fashioned values. Old values, huh? Don't mean to say that we don't have values today. I certainly don't want to get the impression that I'm not happy with our people's values. our people's values. Lady Mordia has given us a culture to be proud of. Life is certainly better today than it was in the past. Her ladyship has given us peace and order. I'm happy with that. There. So... Father was a herdsman? Yes. From the time he was a boy. It was all he knew. And something cost him. His herd was attacked by a kith. And the kith killed him. Oh. About the name? It's a very old name. But it's not a Zellan name. That's what I was told. Actually, I know nothing about the Zellans. Who are the Zellans, according to you? All I know of them are but dim memories of stories that I was told as a child. Supposedly, they were the race of people that once lived here on Pagan, who were quite savage. My father used to tell me that if I didn't behave, the Zellans would come and get me. Anyway, that's all I know of the Zellans. Lovely. And the mother? Didn't you hear me? Said she was dead. So, what do you do? As we live in the country, away from most people, I do many things. Since my son moved away, I'm not as busy as I once was. Many things. I take care of my husband, feed him, stitch his clothes and such. I also keep the house and help fend the Toryx from time to time. So, son? My dear Cyrus. Oh, that was the guy who moved away. Who was pestering the bartender lady. I think her name was Jenna? Anyway. So proud of him. His father and I are but simple people. But he'll do great things. Great things? Yes, he's gone to study with the Thurgists. He'll help many people as a Thurgist. Help people? They specialize in healing the sick. Some say they can even bring back the dead. Wouldn't that be necromancy? Thurgists. Disciples of the Air Titan. Although Gwillem sacrifices to Lithos, I believe Cyrus was born to be a Thurgist. Okay. And yes, I have completed Ultima 1 through both parts of 7. So, yes. Haven't played the game that comes before Ultima 1 that I always forget the name of. Starts with an A. You might know which one it is. Otherwise, Google probably knows. Regardless. Yeah. Played all of them. Alakabeth. Yes. That one. Haven't played Underworld or any of the other spin-offs. But yeah, the numbered games, I've been playing those. And in some cases, I have needed to check walkthroughs, because the Ultima franchise isn't exactly easy. So, I've gotten stuck plenty of times, and I looked it up only today. Apparently, when I started playing Ultima 1, it was December 2022, and I've been playing Ultima once a week, pretty much, ever since. So, yeah. Takes a while. So, born to be a Thurgist. All of his life, he most enjoyed caring for others. He always had a talent for healing. Didn't matter if it was a person or an animal. Cyrus would heal it if it were sick. I knew that he was born to be a Thurgist, not to spend his life on a farm. Even animals. You ask too many questions, but yes, Cyrus loves animals. He's always been a caring man. I'm sorry if I asked too many questions. No, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I enjoy your company. As I said, I don't see many visitors here. I'm glad to have someone to talk to. Sending very mixed messages here. Don't ask so many questions. Sorry for asking too many questions. No, it's fine, but keep asking questions. So what do you want? So, not at the farm. Willem wanted very much for Cyrus to follow in his footsteps at the farm. I convinced Cyrus that his future was more important than his father's traditions. So, about his father's tradition. All of Willem's kin have always been herdsmen. Willem takes great pride in working the land. As Cyrus is our only son, Willem expected Cyrus to carry on the family's traditions. So, about his future. I knew if Cyrus became a farmer, he would be poor for the rest of his life. Willem doesn't know that I convinced Cyrus to seek the Thurgists, but I had to, for Cyrus's sake. Now he can lead a life far richer than that of a farm man. And about Hydros. All the Titans are worthy of service. Willem didn't much like the idea of Cyrus being a Thurgist, but saw the boy's dedication. If Cyrus is meant to serve Stratos, then we must not stand in his way. All of the Titans are worthy. By that I mean all the Titans are great powers. Don't mean to say that they're not worthy of good people's... that all are not worthy of good people's service. I would not claim that... I would not claim that Pyros and his sorcerers are worthy of such. The double negative. I'm confused. Sorcerers? Ask me nothing of them. It is ill business to speak of the sorcerers. Okay. Farewell. Anything else I can ask? Because I meant to ask about her husband, but didn't really get around to it. Greetings. Hello, Corinth. Hope all is well with you. What do you do? Many things. There. Husband. Gwillem is my husband. He's a strong and goodly man. Strong and goodly. Many men drink every night and beat their wives, but Willem doesn't do such things. He doesn't even mind that I sacrifice to Hydros. You sacrifice to Hydros? He's a farmer, so he sacrifices to Lithos, the Earth Titan. But like my father, I sacrifice to the Water Titan, Hydros. Wow. Yeah, the women in this universe, they have it rough. Like, there are places in the kitchen, and they also are supposed to be interested in shopping. But not adventuring. No, definitely not adventuring. But also the way she described taking care of her husband sounded like he was not physically capable of taking care of himself. Anyway. So, my Hydros. My father taught me to sacrifice to Hydros. All of my family has sacrificed to the Lurker for as far back as any can remember. Okay. Think I got the most of it. building. Is this part of the same house? So would this be the husband? Herdsman. Yep. Yep. So, what does he have to say about stuff? Wait. When he's walking around, there's, it's like there's something floating near his head. Now he's not walking, of course, but he's kind of morphing the floor a bit as he walks. Is he okay? I mean, it might just be, well, if the game was developed in a bit of a rush, maybe that's just one of the things where they didn't quite get to do things at the same level as in the previous Ultima games. Greetings. Greetings, friend. I'm Willem. How fare you? Good and welcome. I don't know what I asked. It's rare that Corinth and I get visitors here in the valley. So... don't get visitors. Not very often. No one has much cause to come up here. Other than... Shunu and... Mithran? Not sure... Or... Shana? Shana. I think that's an A. Yeah. This is an O, this is an A. Shana. Don't know who Shana is, but can't ask. So about Corinth, my wife. She's a fine lady too. She works hard every day, never complains, and has been a good mother to our son. Oh yes, I met your wife. Quite a lady, that Corinth. Where's your son? Surprised my wife didn't talk your ear off about our son. Corinth is so proud of Cyrus that sometimes I think she can speak of nothing else. Make no mistake, we are law-abiding folk here. We also honor Hydros as her ladyship does command. Talk my ear off. I love Corinth, but if you give that woman a chance, she'll talk the legs off the kith when it comes to that boy. Surely she has told you that Cyrus has become a Thurgist. I mean, yeah. She did mention that. Saying that she didn't is incorrect. But what if I say she didn't? Greatly surprised. You see, my wife is very proud of the fact that our son has become a Thurgist. They're the healers who serve Stratos, the Titan of Air. Law-abiding folk? That's correct. Her ladyship's administration has never had reason to worry about us. Her ladyship? Our ruler, Lady Mordia. Don't need to pretend that you don't know the lady. Be assured I've always lived well by her mandates. You can tell her ladyship that all is well in this district. Tell her what? Tell her all is well here. She has no need to worry about her subjects in the valley breaking her laws. You're her subjects too? Of course, and happy to be so. You think I work for Mordia? The dialogue options are getting silly. What else would a man so equipped and well-armoured do to protect our ruler? I'm not even wearing pants. Just a helmet and like leather armor. That's it. Don't think that is the reason why I've taken the time to talk to you. I welcome the company of others. I don't work for Meridia. Oh, that's your business, friend. It's not for me to pry into your life. Farewell. This house is too small. I wonder how Cyrus is doing. Yeah, she's definitely the nicer one between the two. What is this place? Oh, those are Kith. That makes sense. They did say stuff about removing the venom, yeah, devenoming the Kith. Exactly. And that mentioned fangs, so should have known. So, nothing else going on here. She's just doing her stuff. Do you have anything new to talk about now that I've talked to her husband? Don't know. Not really. Okay. So, keep getting sidetracked. I'm meant to go back into town. There we go. I was supposed to take the path east to find the graveyard eventually. So I'll just keep going east. Just makes... I'll make sure that I save before I leave the more, secured part of the city, since graveyard is apparently full of zombies. Fine. Still cobblestone here. So where's the opening? There. That looks like a path. So... time to look for that graveyard. I feel like there would probably be a path going there. And this path kind of ends. Shouldn't be here. Don't know what that place is, but I don't trust it. I do like the running speed in this game, though. Feels like I can finally travel at an acceptable speed.
Care you no more for your own world, Avatar?
Oh, I can. I'm just busy trying to find the necromancers. Wait, are you hostile? Why are you hostile? What did I do to that guy? Wonder what happens if I bring that guard back to the other guards. Would that make the other guards attack me too, or would they attack this guard? Or would they just not care? I think it was this way. Oh, found the zombies! Guard is fighting the zombie? No, he's fighting someone. No, the zombie was fighting the guard. Fine. Whatever. But I found one zombie. So it must be around here somewhere. Sorry. Oops.
I do so enjoy the cries of torment.
What's this? Oh, that's the graveyard. Yep. Found the graveyard. La-di-da. So, where's the necromancer's house? Somewhere between all the graves, probably. Nope. Don't want to fight that skeleton. That skeleton looked at least more powerful than the average zombie. Wore a helmet and had like an axe. I'd rather not fight that. I don't know why it is, but I still feel this game, at least in terms of graphics, kind of has the potential to make for a great horror game. Not saying that it is a horror game, just it really could have been. There's just something slightly eerie. I don't know. So, did hear footsteps that weren't my own. Did they spill paint? I should really clean up this place. There. Hello, necromancers. Fine, just the one. I should save. Go. You there. Hello. Ah, stranger. Have you come to the tomb to learn? Yes, I'm here to learn. Oh my, this is excellent news. I shall teach you all about our mysteries and traditions. So, necromancers. Lothian is the current necromancer, but you probably already knew that. Yes, I did. Lothian. Long has she been the necromancer? Lothian has loyally served since I was but a boy. I need to speak to the necromancer. Sorry, but that's impossible. The necromancer is very ill and she is not receiving anyone. Too sick to see me? Yes, in fact, she has been slipping in and out of consciousness lately. Even if you were to see her, she probably wouldn't be awake. Ah. Traditions? Our lives are very structured. We must perform our rites very precisely, lest they be not accepted. Yet, sometimes such precision can create problems. What problems? In our rituals, everything must be done at the right time with the right tools. Unfortunately, we're missing a most important tool. Which one would that be? Our ceremonial dagger. It was taken from us by that power-mad witch, Morday. Okay. Morday took the dagger. Yes, never before have we had to worry about such things. People have always feared the cemetery and respected our work. Not long ago, Marday came here with an armed force and took the dagger. What's so special about the dagger? It was given to Morians by the Mountain King himself. Not perform my ceremonies with any other dagger. People respected your rank. That sounds surprised. Oh yes, we were respected and feared. The necromancers have always been held in just regard as one of the great powers of the world. It has taken one so obsessed with power as Marday to lessen the people's regard for us. People feared you. Only natural that people fear the forces that they don't understand. Of course, they've never had a reason to fear us. Those of our order have always been benevolent, unlike the followers of Pyros or the Lurker. People's regard has lessened. Yes, I'm sad to say. We shall yet win them back, however. Lithos will lead us out of those dark times and show to all his power and majesty. But wasn't Lithos the one who was dying? Power and majesty must understand that we don't seek to rule all, such as Marday does. We simply wish all to respect and revere Lithos. Oh, fine, so Lithos is their deity, I guess. Yes. Yes, just repeating everything as a question instead. The Order is a great power. What greater power could there be than the power of the land itself? We who follow the Mountain King are peaceful, but when we're pressed, we can wield our power well. What about Marday? It would do more harm than good for the Necromancer to wage war with Marday, even though Marday is power mad. Don't care who hears me say it, Marday is evil and power hungry. Long has she been a tyrant, but now she's gone too far. Now that she has the dagger, we cannot perform our rites without her approval. We need her approval. Yes, without her approval, we cannot perform our rituals. We cannot work under such conditions. We need to get the dagger back soon, or there will be great danger. So, what kind of danger? Can't tell you. The Mountain King's temper is, well, titanic. We may rip the land apart should we anger him. Anger him? Yes. Not able to perform the appropriate ceremony upon Lothian. Oh, if I'm not able to perform the appropriate ceremony upon Lothian, I'll greatly disappoint and anger my lord. So, how to get the dagger back? Lothian is very ill, and I must stay by her side. Besides, neither of us are trained warriors to challenge Marday's gods. How could we possibly retrieve the dagger? I'll retrieve the dagger? Will you truly? Well, can't make promises about when, but I will eventually, probably. Thank you. I've heard that Marday keeps the dagger in her chambers. You'll know the dagger by its golden hilt and serpentine blade. Please hurry. Soon we shall need the dagger. So may I meet the necromancer now? If you bring the dagger, I'll get you an audience with the necromancer. Fine. stay by her side. Our ceremonies must occur at the correct time. I can tell you no more, except that I must be present when Lothian dies. And rip the land apart. Earthquakes, fissures, landslides. The power of the Earth Titan is very great. I've never seen the power of his wrath before, but I've heard terrible stories. What stories? In the days before Morians agreed to serve the Mountain King, a lord often rented the land as was his pleasure. Why? Don't have time to talk of this. Need to get the dagger back before Lothian dies. Fine. Farewell, friend. Well, they seem to be a very odd type of necromancer. But yes, seems I'll need to get the dagger. And then I'll be able to talk to the necromancer lady, if she's even alive by then. But regardless, that's going to be it for today, because my voice is starting to get a bit tired. I know, outrageous. But yeah, 5.5 hours of a new, to me, Ultima game. Just means a lot of reading. A whole lot of reading. And reading tends to tire my voice a bit faster than just talking in general. So, yeah. Let's see. Who are we going to raid? And also, in the meantime, if you want to see my previous Ultima streams, those are available on my YouTube channel, which is linked in chat. And you can follow my Mastodon and Blue Sky accounts, either one, you don't have to follow both, to get weekly updates on what I'll be streaming. So, yeah. So, who are we going to raid today? Yeah, so Tom is playing, I think, the first King's Quest. So we could head over there. True. Yeah, I think we'll go with Tom. Yes. King's Quest. That's gonna be that. Yes, tomorrow I'll be starting Black and White. And we'll also be looking at my physical copy of the game. So, yeah. Like, it has a cover that you can flip, as far as I'm aware. At least the cover says that you can flip it. So, yeah. We'll be doing that tomorrow. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye!